Good evening, everybody. I have 6:31, so I will open up tonight's Mashpee Conservation Commission meeting for Thursday, June 13th, 2024. We are meeting here in the Wacoit Meeting Room, Mashpee Town Hall, 16 Great Neck Road North, broadcast live on local cable channel 8, and also streamed live on the Town of Mashpee website. Before we do begin, if you would like to join me in a pledge of allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I'd like to take a moment of silence tonight in remembrance of the people in southern Florida that are dealing with a tremendous amount of rain and flooding. Thank you. Tonight we have a new Conservation Commissioner, Richard. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Welcome aboard.
Can I give you a round of applause? Yay! Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
No turning back now, Rich.
No, that's it.
Okay, we'll start with public comment, and that's for anyone who would like to address the commission on a topic or an item that is not presently listed on tonight's agenda. So if anybody would like to, yes, ma'am. Would you come up and give your name for the record?
Hello and good evening. Is this on? Yeah,
I
all
think it
ready to
is.
go. Susan Dangle, 762 Cotuit Road. Thank you for having me again. Nice to see you all. I just wanted to make sure that you're all aware that Mashpee Wakeby for the 4th June in a row is under a cyanobacteria advisory with a very large bloom, very active. So once again, the warm waters are causing the lake to turn over faster than usual, and we are stuck. Today's test was not as good as we had hoped, so it's still going on. But I also wanted to make you aware of another issue that we're facing, and that's a very severe beech tree disease, which I'm sure you're all aware of, but a very large portion of the shoreline of Mashpee Wakeby stands with no leaves. And I did come in and talk to Drew, and I've spoken to Paul as well. And the advice was to talk to an arborist. Well, everyone's talking to arborists. There's people talking about it at the coffee shop, people talking about it wherever you go. And I would ask the commission to make a stand on this and get a PSA, maybe out with Chris Ball on Mashpee TV to talk about it, because it's pervasive across the entire town. These trees are going to die if they're not dead already, according to my arborist who did come. There's very little that can be done, maybe an injection that's just been developed, but he advised us on our, I don't know, I think between me and my brother-in-laws, we have probably 40 trees on the inland bank. 40. He said you could maybe pick one or two. So my question would be, what would we be doing on the inland bank where we're having stormwater runoff that we're trying to protect our pond so greatly? These trees are going to die. What do we do? Can we take them down? He said it's impossible to take these trees down. They're in front of your house. I'd have to bring a crane behind your house. I can't do that. So he thinks they're all going to just have to stand and maybe be limbed as necessary. And hopefully the beach will regenerate after this disease passes through. But I think it's a big concern for the pond. We are having our annual meeting for Save Mashpee Wakeby Pond Alliance, for whom I'm the president. And that would be June 23rd, a Sunday at Camp Farley. Invite any of you to come. Ed Eichner will be providing the results of the diagnostic pond study for Mashpee Wakeby Pond. At that time, it's been a few years now, and we're going to be learning about how severe our problem is on the pond, and it's pretty clear that it's very severe. So this will just add to the mix. And then I guess, you know, and all of the other things I see on your agenda tonight with new regulations, new things coming, the Sewer Commission really worked well with Chris Ball to put together Mashpee updates, which are between 10 and 30 minutes on various subjects. Many of the subjects you all deal with are very complicated, and I think the residents of the town would benefit from seeing some PSAs on some of these things so that they can understand. I think that's a really great avenue for you, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else? No? Nobody online that wants to talk with us? Okay. All right, I'm going to forego the pre- and post-hearing agenda items and go to tonight's first hearing. That being scheduled for 6:30, 119 Daniels Island Road and 15 Waterway, Roland Bates, New Seabury Homes, LLC. Proposed construction and maintenance of a new single-family dwelling with pool, patio, detached garage, IA septic system, and associated hardscaping and landscaping. Representative is BSC Group, owner of record, New Seabury Properties, LLC. This is a notice of intent to EP file number 433287. Tonight's hearing is continued from 4:18 and 5:09. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. For the record, my name is Hannah Raditz, wetland scientist with BSC. So this has been in front of you before, and I will just go over the project revisions that we detailed in the revision letter, which should go over all the changes that you see on the revised plan. First and foremost, the swimming pool, concrete pool patio, and fence were removed. Also, the driveway was converted from asphalt into gravel and crushed stone. Just between the two of these, that's reduced the total impervious areas on site by 3,553 square feet. In addition, the garage was relocated slightly towards the driveway, and this was to limit clearing the edge as it was getting pretty close to the 75-foot buffer zone. The proposed fill was added to the plan using a cut and fill analysis, so that's now included under the impact table. The septic was revised. It's my understanding that this was due to grading needs on the site and also needing a larger area for the soil absorption system, which will be a perchlorate drip tubing system that is attached or above a liner system. This system will still be outside of all the 150-foot buffer zone to salt marsh and coastal bank, but is still within land subject to coastal storm flowage, as there's no other location on the site that can fit the septic system and all of its components. FEMA flood zone was added to this site. As you can see now from the buffer zone, we have labeled the AE11 and AE13, which cross sort of diagonal on the site. In addition to these changes that were made, various grading changes were proposed on the site when we realized that more efficient grading was going to be needed to control stormwater flow, reduce erosion, and better protect the buffer zones. This is most notable in the southern corner of the site, where you see the hatch over that corner. In this area, we did try to avoid all grading and clearing within the 0 to 75-foot buffer zone to BBW, but the only way to avoid this and still have this improved grading was to install a 40-foot long, about 1 to 2 feet high retaining wall. In order to avoid this, we needed to clear and grade an additional 258 square feet into that corner of the 75-foot no disturb zone. However, what we are proposing, that hatch there, as you can see, both in that corner and on the path, is a New England wetland plant conservation mix. This mostly includes various native grasses and some flowering plants as well. This area will total in 1,390 square feet, which is a more than 5-to-1 mitigation for the 258 square feet of impact within the 0 to 75-foot buffer zone. We believe that this buffer in this corner of the site will provide improved species foraging habitat such as pollinators, as well as area for nesting birds that use grasses, and will also provide an improved buffer zone between the edges of the lawn and the edges of the forest. Also, this clearing within the 0 to 75-foot buffer will not require any removal of trees greater than 8 inches DBH. On the site, the totals of altered area, just to remind the commissioners, only account for 23% of the site. 77% of the site, and that's not including the restored areas, will be maintained as is forested areas. I will go ahead and turn it over to the commissioners. I won't list out the waivers requested. I think the only thing we had to add to that was work within the 0 to 75-foot buffer, and that was just that 258 square feet of clearing and grading in that corner. The other things that were added for the waivers is just revising the numbers as we had those listed wrong in the original application. Oh, yeah. So I think that's everything, and I will turn it over to the commissioners for any questions they have.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to commissioners first. Would like to ask questions of Hannah?
Yeah, I'll start.
Sure.
So, Hannah, one of my questions is, I'm not seeing a lot for plantings on this plan at all. Do you have a separate landscape plan? I think we asked for that.
You had asked for the landscaping plan, and unfortunately, I don't have it in front of me tonight. I was wondering if it would be possible to, as a condition of this approval, require that a landscaping plan be provided and approved by the Conservation Department, and this would include at least 75% coverage of native species within the landscaping.
Okay. What's the reason that you don't have it?
We just, with this site, it's so preliminary, they didn't have the landscaping ready. But I do understand that the commissioners asked for it, and I apologize.
And the other question I had from previous is, why do you need to build this grade up? Why can't you work with the natural grade?
It's my understanding that this grade was necessary to get the house at the appropriate elevation for the flood zone. And because of this elevation, to grade it out naturally and in a way that doesn't cause erosion and can slow down that stormwater flow, this grading was necessary to facilitate that.
I disagree with you on that, because if you're gonna have floodwaters come in, you're raising the grade. If you're gonna have your crawl space at elevation 8.5 with flood vents, I don't know, this isn't gonna work. Because if you have your crawl space elevation at 8.5, your smart vents can't be any higher than a foot off of that elevation. It can't be a foot above ground. You have elevation 11 around the house. So physically, will not work. You know, that was one of my questions, is why do you need to build a grade up? Why don't you just have it at natural grade? If you got elevation 6, you place your crawl space at 6.5 and let water flow in and out.
The grade to be brought up around the house gets to, I believe, 11, which gets it at the flood zone level.
Right, so you're bringing in fill to fill this around instead of letting the natural topography work in the flood zone. So I don't see how this will, there's no, flood zone resiliency, or how will the flood vents work? I don't see how that's gonna work. I don't see a need to bring in fill around that house.
Unfortunately, I can't speak to that. I'm not the PE. He was hoping to make the call, but he's stuck in a bit of traffic. So we may have to get back to the commissioners if they need additional information on why that design was chosen for the property.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Alex, do you have anything you,
I just think you bring up great points.
Marjorie?
What changes, if any, have you made to the square footage for the dwelling?
No changes in square footage for the dwelling.
And so what is this currently at? I don't have it in the summary sheet.
Sorry, I don't have that number off the top of my head.
You don't?
For the dwelling, no.
For the square footage?
No.
The original or the revised?
The dwelling has not changed.
I'm just noticing that we had asked you one of the last time, since you've got it designed as a 6-bedroom, I think there were some issues with whether or not it was compatible with your septic planning, so can you tell me about the septic?
Unfortunately, that was another better question for the PE. My understanding is the septic system was revised to better fit both the site conditions and also the dwelling. So the septic system has been matched appropriately for the size of the dwelling.
But you can't tell me about it on your plan tonight, the revised plan?
The square footage of the dwelling or the
Well, the fact that it's
compatibility?
6 bedrooms.
The
in and
six
of
bedroom.
itself calls for a septic that obviously has to handle that. So where is it? What is it? What's your septic system?
The septic system is the soil absorption system that I had discussed earlier, the 2,000-gallon pump chamber that you can see, as well as the proposed microfast septic system. They're sort of adjacent to the site to the west.
There's no details on that
I don't
septic
see it,
system,
yeah.
cross-section?
No cross-section on this plan, no.
Paul, do you know if they submitted the
I don't have.
calcs, calculations for
I believe the nitrogen calcs are in the packet.
in the packet, okay?
Those came in, Drew?
Yeah, they're in my comments.
Yeah, I thought I saw them.
Board of Health comments are there too.
Yeah, yeah.
What did you say, Drew?
So Board of Health
Board of
comments
Health
are on my comment sheet?
Oh, that's not,
Okay, 9.93.
we're not still
Sorry,
on
I
the
missed that.
septic.
Yeah, the nitrate loading is 2.3 ppm.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I missed that.
Anything else, Marjorie?
No, it's just that, I mean, I've been at all of the hearings, and I know the property well, and I walk past it all the time. I'm just surprised that seems like every time that we ask for something, it's not ready, or it's not prepared, or not available, or not updated. And I think this is the 4th or 5th bite at the apple?
This is the third,
The third, Marjorie.
This is the 3rd.
yes.
So we have one more? I don't know, I just want to ask the same question that Steve did. You know, why hasn't it been done? I know everybody, there are constraints for time and et cetera, but you've been back here a couple of times. It's a lovely piece of property, it's got some issues, and the commission has made them clear, I thought, to you and to the others. And I'm just curious if there's something that we aren't aware of or not appreciating that sort of should be done by now. What do you think?
With respect to the questions about grading and fill, I had hoped that our PE was going to be able to join us tonight. Unfortunately, he's not able to. Otherwise, he would be able to speak to this. So I do apologize. I don't mean to be wasting the commissioner's time.
No, it's not about that. I happen to be very fond of this property. I'm familiar with it. I'm just disappointed that it's been dragging on so long. In my estimation, maybe you don't. Just my editorial comment.
Okay. Sandy? All set? Aaron?
I'm all set.
Okay. Rich, do you have any questions you'd like to ask?
I don't.
All set, okay. I have nothing further to add or ask, so I will go out to the public first, and then I'll come back to the agents. Anybody that's here that would like to speak on behalf of this project or ask a question? Drew or Dan, is there anything you would like to?
So I guess I'll just hit on the Board of Health. So Marjorie, I don't know if you got a copy of my comments for each hearing. We sent them out yesterday to all the
I
commissioners.
did not.
Okay,
If they're not in tonight's packet, I did not.
okay. You didn't receive it by email?
No, that's, Drew, your comment?
Yes.
I apologize, I didn't.
Okay. So as far as the septic system, the lot size is approximately 80,000 square feet. You need 10,000 square feet per bedroom
Yep,
for a septic system, and
Right.
they're proposing 6 bedrooms. So based on the lot size, the septic system is capable of handling the nutrient loading based on the lot size and number of bedrooms. You need 60,000 square feet for 6 bedrooms, and there's 80,000 square feet on the parcel.
okay.
Do you have any questions about that?
I feel like I haven't seen it, and if it was in here and I didn't get it, apologies for that, but
But it is in the project description and the notice of intent
of the septic system.
of the entire project, including the septic system.
I know the
Yeah.
entire project, I've looked at it a couple of times. As a matter of fact, here's where you could clear up, Drew. It's been continued from 4/18 and 5/9,
Yes.
that's right?
Yep.
So, I'm familiar with the septic. I'm not familiar with the changes. My memory is that we made recommendations regarding at least knowledge of the square footage of the home.
Well, yeah, I was only touching on the septic comments, so.
Yeah,
I can
no,
get
I
to the other-
appreciate that.
Yeah.
So, and if you're comfortable with that, then I have no issue. So and I thank you for this, and I'm not sure why I didn't get it, but I'll take the heat for it if I was in error, but I may be the only one that has a sense that it's just a little bit lacking in detail.
Okay. So I was just going to touch on each subject. I
Oh.
started with Board of Health
Okay,
comments.
I
that
appreciate it.
They're there.
Okay, I
in the
appreciate
comments.
it. Thank you.
Sure. So as far as the other issues, the need for fill in the flood zone, I did meet with Brian Yagershian, your engineer, and did inform him that, I know he's aware that, there are provisions for no adding of fill into the flood zone. So I don't know if the fill, that's being proposed, falls under any sort of exemption status there. I think that needs to be made known to the commission. So if you can elaborate, as Commissioner Cook had asked, about the necessity of bringing in fill and provide some more explanation there, I think that will be helpful for the commission. And I agree, I don't understand why a landscape plan couldn't be produced, even if it would be subject to change in the future. You should at least make the effort to show a landscape plan. I understand this is a development project, that the house is ultimately going to be sold to an owner, and that's not the case right now because the owner is New Seabury Properties. So I understand that, when it comes to that level of detail, they're probably concerned that whatever landscape plan they show the commission may be subject to change based on the preference of the potential buyer. Is that pretty accurate as far as why a landscape plan wasn't presented, or one of the reasons?
I can't speak to
Yeah,
that.
I would assume so. We've seen that situation before, where it's a developer type of situation and the ultimate homeowner hasn't been decided yet. So, but I still think, it's pretty simple to add some form of landscaping detail to the plan. And if it's not something that the ultimate buyer is, interested in pursuing, then they can follow up with an amendment if the commission were to approve the project. So I think that's pretty much, I don't know if the commissioners want to, review the waiver requests that were in the project narrative. Hannah did go over the clearing of the 258 square foot area and the 0 to 75 that they would be mitigating, and you said it was at a 4-to-1 ratio?
More than 5 to 1.
More than 5-to-1. And then you were looking for a waiver from Reg 25, Section C2A, compensatory plantings. And the rationale there is because this is a thoroughly undeveloped lot. Any areas that you develop, excuse me, by leaving behind a substantial naturally vegetated buffer strip, I believe the numbers are in there, that you had a total of proposed alteration of 23,471 square feet, which represents 23% of the total lot square footage. So the remaining percentage would remain naturally vegetated, with the exception of an access pathway and where the dock meets the water, obviously, or any future request for vista pruning, which those activities are allowed within a naturally vegetated buffer strip. And let's see, the other, I don't know, Hannah, if you want to expand upon your waiver request for Regulation 25C4, the alterations within the A zone within 150 feet of a coastal water body, the vertical walls. So do you want to speak more about the house foundation? Because the commission views house foundations as a form of vertical walls. So do you want to kind of elaborate on that waiver request?
It was our understanding that because this water body, which is a coastal water body, could be subject to storm surges, is relatively calm. Its geographic position is quite low, and there's a large forested area, about 200 square feet, perhaps more, depending on the angle of the site, which divides the proposed dwelling from the edge of the bay, that this, such a storm surge would not be able to reach the house with any amount of force to ricochet off those walls, cause damage because of those walls, or cause damage to neighboring properties. And because this property is going to maintain that 70 to 75-foot buffer of naturally vegetated woods and shrublands in between, we felt that it would not be as detrimental on either the dwelling or certainly the properties adjacent because of that buffer between the water body and the dwelling.
Just, Brian is logged on now to Zoom, so I don't know if the commission wants the engineers just come on, so,
Great.
but no other comments.
Okay, thank you, Drew.
Sure.
Hannah, would you like him to explain a little bit about the fill and?
Why don't you reiterate your questions just so Brian can hear them exactly from you so I don't miss anything. My understanding is we wanted information on the need for the grades, whether that can be compliant with the flood zone. And we touched on the septic system, and Drew mentioned exemptions that we might be seeking for fill, and that would be under the local bylaws.
I believe it's the planning department, right?
Yes,
Or
that's-
zoning, rather, sorry, it's a zoning.
That was
provision.
approved at town meeting October 23.
So Brian, the commission's basically looking for an expanded, Steve, if you want to present your concerns to Brian, he may be able to, I don't want to speak for you, but.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Brian, the question is, why do you have to bring in fill around the house in this flood zone versus just working with the natural grade that's there and have flood vents in the crawl space?
Sure, because to be compliant with the flood zone, with the FEMA regulations, we have to have the first floor of the building has to be, the lowest member has to be 1 foot above the design flood elevation. The design flood elevation is 1 foot higher than the base flood elevation. So that puts our first floor up over 13. And so, I mean, you have to have the, that's why it's elevated. That's why there's grading around the house.
Okay, that didn't answer my question,
And-
so why couldn't you keep the grade at, it says elevation 6 out there, so. and
To
have
be
a crawl
flood
space?
zone compliant, that's the answer.
But you can have a foundation wall, with flood vents and a crawl space at grade. Why do you have to bring in all this fill?
No, the lowest structural member has to be 1 foot above, so how can we have it down at 6? The flood zone is at 11.
No, your first floor is gonna be at 13.5, and the flood elevation is what, is 12, is it, out there? Can't see.
11.
11, right, so if you have the top of the foundation at 12 and your first floor at 13, the crawl space slab could be at 8.5 or 7 or whatever, and you have flood waters can flow in and out of that without
Which it
bringing a
is.
grade.
And it is,
No, there's a grade of 11 all the way around the house.
not on the back wall of the house. we have a grade of 8.4, and that's where the flood vents are gonna be.
Right, but then you're bringing in fill all the way around the house, so why didn't he bring in fill on this property? Because that's one of the requirements in Regulation 25 is the filling, removing soil, altering topography and vegetation likely to have significant effects upon the ability of LSCFF to dissipate wave energy. I know, as Hannah mentioned, this is pretty far off, so you're not gonna get any wave action there, you might get flooding, but why do you have to
Sure.
bring in all that fill? And then my other question was, there's no landscape plan provided, which we requested at the last hearing. So
Yep.
those are my two questions.
Sure. The other reason that we have to have the fill around the other sides is because we have to have the septic system, and the septic system has to meet the proper groundwater separation. So you have to keep the grade up in order to achieve that. As well as, also we have the roof drain systems that are around the northern and the southern sides of the dwelling as well. So those three things, as well as proper cover of the septic tank, so that those three things dictate the grade around those sides of the house as well.
Well, you can grade around septic, not need to grade around
We
the other
are.
sides of the house. So,
Well, there's stormwater management systems on that side, and they also have to meet a groundwater separation, so we have to have the grade up for those systems as well.
And what is the groundwater?
so what's the, okay, so based on
You
that,
can't
what's,
put the
what's,
system in groundwater, you know what I mean? So,
well, what's your groundwater elevation out there?
groundwater elevation is, I'll have to get back to you on that.
Yeah, it's not here. I don't see it.
You know, I can see grading around a septic system, but around the
entire
house,
thing.
the entire house, I don't know, that's,
Right.
Right.
then, you know, of course, no landscape plan either, so.
It's approximately 3.5 groundwater,
Groundwater's at 3.5?
approximately 3.5. The bottom of our roof infiltration systems, the bottom of stone is at 5.5, which meets the 2-foot requirement.
So if you have an existing grade elevation 6, it means that the bottom of your footings are gonna be into groundwater. If you're going below natural grade with a footing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get back to you on the exact elevation of the groundwater. I'm trying to look it up as we talk. But what I can tell you, to answer your question, is that the grade on those three sides of the house is dictated by separation of groundwater that's required by Mass DEP stormwater regulations and Title V. That's what's dictating the grades there. On the north side, the front, and the south side.
Was another method of your stormwater management besides those
Dry wells?
600-gallon dry wells in stone? Where you don't have to be in so deep, can you do shallow?
Shallow would just require, I mean, you have to keep, there's a certain volume that we have to meet. So if we had a shallower system, it would have to be much bigger in the footprint. And that creates, you know, additional problems as well.
Just be under the whole deck.
Yeah, you have plenty of space underneath the deck for that. I don't know. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Nothing?
I have a question.
Alex?
Are any trees being cleared for the footpath?
No, so the footpath was designed using survey at the site. So as on the site, there's already sort of a few narrow trails that are essentially just grassy with shrub lining. So that position was chosen because it had no trees on it.
Perfect.
Okay, so for clarity, are we holding up on groundwater elevations, septic design, and landscaping, or are we going to move on this? Pleasure of the commission.
If they want to continue, yeah, I need more information, but if I were to make a motion, I would make a motion to deny tonight. Based on regulation 25B, critical characteristics for filling
Yep.
and lack of provided information, which goes back to plan requirements under Part A of, under Regulation 3. Because we requested a landscape
Sure.
plan.
Yep. Agreed. So let me ask you, Hannah, or the engineer, would you like to request a continuance and provide everything that we're looking for so that we can come to some type of closure with this?
Yes, we would like to continue, but before the commission votes on that, can we have a list of what those are? I thought that septic requirements had been met by Drew's comments, or is there additional questions about septic compliance for the site?
Well, the groundwater elevation question came up, and there's absolutely nothing on the plans for the groundwater elevation. And I really don't see any septic design that's been,
That was the cross-sections that you were looking for, right?
Yes.
Cross-sections for the septic system? Okay. So cross-sections for the septic system, information on groundwater. We also need to address fill requirements under the zoning or planning bylaws,
yeah, you should look at,
so we show we
believe
can
it's
comply.
October of 2023, I believe it was Article 2, no fill in the floodplain. And that was a zoning issue that was put forth by the planning board, which carried a town meeting. And you've got, what, 1,398 cubic yards. And I looked at that article briefly today, and I believe you're only allowed a couple of feet of landscaping material, and it's got to taper off from the foundation out to no further than 10 feet. I believe that was in the article itself. So it's hard to believe that 1,398 cubic yards would meet that exemption.
Also the landscaping plan.
The
Have you got
landscaping
that?
plan, but something that came to my mind when we were trying to establish groundwater elevation, and Steve, you said that you're gonna be right into that groundwater with your footers. There's nothing on the plan called out for dewatering basins.
We had submitted dewatering details with this revised plan, I believe.
It's on the revised plan?
It should be.
Did I miss that?
It was a standalone plan. It was an 8.5 by 11 detail. Also, just to confirm, as I stated, groundwater elevation is 3.5. That elevation is in the drainage report. It's not listed on the plan. It's
There you
on
go.
our septic
in the
plan,
back
but
of
that's
the,
not what we're,
Oh. Where did I miss that? And where is that located on the plan itself?
We may not have submitted a PDF. That's on me. I thought we had submitted it. My understanding was for dewatering, any necessary dewatering on site, we typically have staked hay bales in a basin shape with a silt bag in the center, and to pump the dewatering into that basin to allow it to slowly filter through the silt bag and then through the hay bales. But that will be included, the dewatering detail, both physically submitted and via PDF.
Typically, they're
Paul,
called
there
out
was
on
a-
the plan, though, for the location.
There,
With a location as well?
I think, on the second thing that went through,
It just doesn't show where on
there
the
was a
site it is.
dewatering
Yeah.
hay
Show
bale.
where on the site it would
Where,
exist.
where?
Oh, where on the site, I don't know.
Yeah.
for the is this for the dewatering?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the contractor's means and method. We don't tell the contractor where they have to do that, but we tell them that they have to comply with all state, federal, and local laws. But we don't, as engineers, we do not tell them where they have to put their dewatering basins.
I haven't heard that before.
Yeah, I know.
It's standard, that's just standard practice.
I would like to see them called out on the plan. It shouldn't be difficult to call it out on the plan. I mean, it's going to be close to where your footers are going, I assume.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? Am I missing something?
No, it's not typically done. We show suggested locations, but we don't dictate where that goes.
We
That's the
can include-
contractor's means and method. But we can certainly show it on the plan.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Thanks. Okay, was that it?
So it'd be nice to get it, so you're gonna go for, continuance with conditions.
That's what she's.
Yeah,
And
she's
you're
getting
making
her
that
list of
decision now.
things. And
When would this be?
You also wanted square feet of the
did we
dwelling?
move this down
That's,
a couple of meetings?
I would like, I thought you had said that there was a drawing for the dwelling itself with the square footage.
Like
And
an
I know-
architectural plan?
Yeah, did you submit that?
I don't believe we've submitted an architectural
No.
plan to conservation.
If you've got it, it's always helpful to be able to,
Would you want to see just, are you interested in seeing the square footage of the proposed house?
if they've got it, yeah, I'm not looking for
But do you
busy work.
need a full set of architectural plans or just a note in the house footprint on the existing plan that says square footage?
Yeah,
of
the general floor plan would be fine. Do you see it?
I'm only asking because typically we don't require architectural plans because
I
it's all
know.
interior details.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's up to the commission if you want to see an architectural plan, but if your main question is what is the square footage, it could be as simple as a denotation in the middle of that house footprint that says square footage, the exact square
That
footage
would
of
be
the house.
fine.
That would be good?
Okay.
That'd be fine.
Okay.
It's just not
Just trying
there.
to eliminate any unnecessary details.
No, I know. I'm just surprised something so basic that you would expect.
Oh,
to be-
understood, and I think Hannah understands too.
Yeah,
And, yeah, she'll furnish that information. Just want to know the methodology.
thank you, yeah.
Sure.
So based on the list that we have, and I think we've covered it, what time frame are we looking at? Because I know we've come back a few times and things aren't ready, so
How long? do
I'd
you
like
need?
all of this to be ready for the next time, so we can bring closure to this.
I imagine you guys don't have a hearing on the week of the 4th of July, so
No,
what's
we
your
don't.
next hearing date?
So our next hearing date is June 27th
June
or
27th?
July 25th.
We should be able to have this ready for June 27th with, or July 27th,
Or do you want July 25th?
or June 27th. Brian, what do you think? Because to meet the 27th, we would need to have everything submitted by next Friday,
Friday.
the 21st.
Thinking you better go with July.
Yeah, I think we need to go with July then, Hannah.
Okay. We'll take
There's
your
a lot of-
first in July,
So
Fabrications are
6:33.
coming.
6:33 on July 25th?
July 25th. Understood.
And you're good with the list that you have?
Yep, I believe so.
Okay, we didn't miss anything?
If I could get one clarification on the
Sure.
list.
Yep.
You asked for cross sections for the septic. Can you be more specific what you're looking for?
I
We'd
think a
like-
septic profile, like you typically, what Board of Health requires is the profile of the septic system, rather
Sure.
than just how it's displayed on the current plan. You know, the details that would normally be required by Board of Health, or will ultimately be required by Board of Health, that's the kind of details the commission wants to see.
Sure, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Sure.
Great. Okay, then, I'd accept the motion.
Make a motion to continue 119 Daniels Island Road to July 25th at 6:33, Dan?
6:33.
Yeah.
Second.
Thank you, Alex. Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion by commissioners? Hearing none, I'll take a roll call vote. Alex?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well.
What about
Motion
you?
carries. He's associate, so
Associate,
there's no
okay.
voting unless makes
Okay,
up a quorum.
I didn't know it was
Yeah.
full-time or associate.
Yeah. He's off the hook on this one.
Thank
Okay,
you all for
thank-
your time.
Thank you, we'll see you in
Thank
July.
you, Ann.
Okay, moving on to the 6:33 hearing, 135 Daniels Island Road, New Seabury Marina LLC. This is a proposed marina expansion and improvement dredging. Representative is Ty and Bond Incorporated. It's a notice of intent, DEP file number 433283. This hearing is continued from 4/18, 5/9, and 5/23. And we have another request for a continuance to June 27th at 6:33. The reason being that the plans are being revised based on comments from the agent and the harbor master.
So moved. I'll make a motion to continue.
Okay, thank you, Alex.
Second?
Thank you, Steve. Motion made and seconded. Any questions, deliberations, discussions by commissioners? Yes.
Specifically, what's waiting to be discussed?
The plans are being revised based on concerns that have been placed forth with both the conservation agent and the harbor master. I don't have those comments in front of me, but Drew, would you like to elaborate?
Sure. So Harbor Master had some concerns about the footprint of the expanded marina and the slips to make sure that they don't interfere on, make any impacts to navigation from other users of the waterway. And my comments were really centered on some concerns from Division Marine Fisheries about the dredging aspect of it, not the footprint of the marina, but the other part of this application, which involves dredging.
So it would inhibit the dredging?
I'm sorry?
It would inhibit the dredging, the new proposed?
No, there's just more details as far as how the dredging is being proposed that needed clarification for Division of Marine Fisheries, yeah.
May I speak on the issue?
If the commission is going to continue the hearing, it's really best to wait because they're not deliberating on a continuance. When a hearing is proposed to be continued, there's no deliberation. So I think it's best to wait until the hearing is actually opened and presented, if you have specific questions on the details of this particular project. That's just my recommendation.
I had submitted a email to you regarding
Yeah, there were other people,
some of the
yeah.
waters.
Yeah, I know, we've received a lot of comments, but
Pearl
until the
Cave
hearing is opened,
the butter to this, and we feel it's a safety issue,
I understand,
definitely dangerous one.
I understand the issues, but it's best to bring those up when the hearing is actually opened.
They really.
I don't think it's fair to present concerns when the applicant isn't even here.
And the specifics of the project have yet to really been
Right.
presented here to the commission. Every time we've advertised this and attempted to open it, they've asked for a continuance. So all of the particulars have not been brought before commissioners yet.
I realize that. I was here a couple of weeks ago, in fact.
Yep.
Daniel can testify to that. I, was ready to come in and testify at that time, but got discontinued or
Yep.
in advance, so the next time is gonna be July what?
June
June
27th.
June
27th.
27th.
Sorry?
June 27th, 2 weeks from today. Yeah,
Thank you.
sure.
So, is it appropriate for me to make a comment here?
Yes?
For this particular hearing continuance, I was under the impression, and I thought that other commissioners got some notice, that the applicant was encouraged to come tonight to talk about why, in fact, a continuance is being requested, another one.
Right.
And if I understand this correctly, these are abutters, right? You're all abutters? And based on that, they showed up. And he didn't. His
Right.
choice, I guess. But I wonder if it's fair to let them just make their comments or leave their comments so that the fact that he didn't show up doesn't negate the issues that they are concerned about on the application as it now stands.
Right, but without the applicant here, in terms of
If I may.
fairness.
My name is Ryan Kavanaugh. I'm with Ty and Bond. I am the representative of the application. I am on the hearing tonight, in case these questions did arise.
He's online, or?
Oh, okay, where are you?
I'm online, I apologize.
Oh, okay. You're floating down from the clouds. There you go.
Yeah, if I may speak to the reasons for the request, we're still working through the comments, both from the harbor master and the agent. And we're trying to balance those comments with the intent of the project as well as, you know, the overall needs of the client. And we're still kind of going back and forth on that. And so we're requesting the continuance to June 27th for those
Okay.
reasons.
So there you have it.
And also, just to add on, the comments from Mr. Dimio and others have been submitted in writing? So we have
They
them?
have or they have not?
They have.
They have.
So we have the comments already. The explanation's been provided from the applicant as to why they're requesting another continuance. I did ask, Ryan, I don't know if you got my email, but I did ask if you felt confident that this would truly be ready by June 27th, because I don't think the commission's going to grant another continuance, so
Yeah,
I never got a response. to
Totally
that.
understand that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna push our client to be ready for the 27th.
Okay,
I think that we can do it.
okay.
Okay, very good.
But not ready by the 27th.
The commission will, it'll be up to them at the time to decide what they want to do.
We have denied projects before without bias if they keep just asking for continuances without furnishing anything, so.
But then they can start the process all over again?
Yes,
They can start the process again, yeah.
Thank you.
sure.
So, but is that okay with you?
Yes, I believe that we can do the 27th.
That means next
You can do
Friday.
the 27th, Mr. Kavanaugh. I was just asking your abutters if that was.
Oh,
um,
sorry.
No, that's fine. Your comments were in writing?
But I think we would want all the information to be complete before we weighed in on our feelings.
Gotcha.
Sure.
And
makes
that,
sense.
Drew, is information that anyone can get from your office, right?
Yes,
So you have the right to have any of the information that the applicant has submitted since the last time you saw it. So your comments were on what you had originally seen. I'm just trying to be as fair as possible to everybody, and the abutters in particular have been sort of counting on tonight, having the opportunity to meet the applicant face to face. So if you're fine with that, then democracy,
I'm not a board member, but for me as a member at large, I'd be okay with it.
okay.
Okay, so bringing it back to commissioners, are we okay? Deliberations, questions, comments on the request, the motion?
Yeah, the motion has still been made, is on the table.
Been seconded.
it's been
It's been
seconded. too.
Made and
Seconded.
seconded. Yep, we're ready to go, I guess. Nothing else. Okay, roll call vote. Alex?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So that will be continued to June 27th, scheduled for 6:33.
Make a request, could that be the first item on the agenda for that?
It's at 6:33.
6:33,
It
Second
is.
item.
second one.
You'll have to give us 3 minutes.
Okay. Moving on.
That's great. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
Now calling the 6:36 hearing for 73 Whippoorwill Circle, Karen Ann Sajek, trustee, ASTI Revocable Trust. This is a proposed construction of an attached garage and mitigation plantings. Representative is BSS Design. The notice of intent, DEP file number 433290. Good evening. Can I have your name
Evening.
for the record?
Thank you. For the record, my name is Tom Bunker with BSS Design. And we did the survey and prepared this plan for David Del Ponte and Karen Sajek, who are here in the audience with us tonight. I don't know if you're gonna throw some things up there and get started on it. This property, as you can see, is near Great River. On our plan, we show the 75 and 150-foot offsets from Great River and also from the bordering wetland that borders Great River. That wetland is on town-owned Lot 113. This is Lot 112, which is pretty much entirely within the 150-foot buffer to the wetland. The wetland and Great River is in flood velocity zone elevation 13, and just in from that, you see flood hazard zone AE, elevation 13, which is also an area of moderate wave action, which cuts through the middle of the house. Landward of that AE 13, it's flood zone AE, elevation 12, which is not moderate wave action. There's an existing house on there, as you can see. The lot, there's a gravel driveway, and the septic system in the northeast corner. If you've been out there, you see there's no lawn to be found on the property. A lot of mulch and shrubs in the backyard, and some along the west boundary. There's some native trees. There is one tree which I identified as the Bradford pear that's in the location roughly of where the garage is gonna go, and that's the only significant vegetation that will be cut to build the proposed garage plan. The garage is 565 square feet, and 169 square feet of existing sheds will be removed, and also 669 square feet of the existing gravel driveway will be removed and revegetated. It's not specified on the plan, but they will put in shrubs from the same plant list as proposed for the mitigation planting in the back, which are native plants here. This addition is built basically at grade. The slab is at grade. At the front, the ground does slope a little back, where the driveway at the entrance to the garage is about elevation 7. Have the garage slab at elevation 7.2. The backyard does slope down a little bit. Down there's an elevation 6, so there's about 1 foot of fill. I didn't calculate the volume, but there's about only 1 foot of fill just to create a slight ramp. There is a door in the back of the garage, and that's why we have that the ramp going out the back. A very minor amount of fill. The flood vents in the foundation of the garage, which will equalize flooding, so there'll be no displacement of the flood. There is an existing bedroom in the northeast corner of the house, which will become a mudroom, and that's where the stairs go up, and there is one bedroom upstairs above the garage, which is really just moving the bedroom that's on the first floor up. So there's no increase in bedrooms, no increase in any type of septic flow, so we're not making any change to the septic system. Calculated the nitrogen loading, and because there is no septic no increase in bedrooms, and actually an increase in the impervious area of the roof, that the nitrate the concentration will actually drop about 0.2 of 1, or 0.2 of 1 part per million. So it's basically the same nitrate loading in there, and it's 16.5, so it's under the 19 limit there. In case you're wondering, there's a fence at the northwest corner that was built out over the onto the town property, and that has been moved already to be on the on the lot, not onto the property. So they had regulation 25, cut no trees, no native trees. All of the natural vegetation remains on the site, and it will be increased by 800 square feet of mitigation planted as understory under the native trees toward the back, plus another 669 square feet of shrubs planted where the driveway is being taken up. So I think this is a fairly innocuous project. But I'll take your questions about it.
Thank you. Questions from commissioners?
I have a question. The area on the town land that's currently cleared, is that proposed to be filled in with plantings also?
They said they're willing to plant that, yes.
Okay. That's all I have.
Thank you, Alex. Steve, anything?
No, I'm all set.
All set. Marjorie?
I think I'm good.
Thank you. Sandy?
Thank you.
Aaron?
I'm all set.
Rich, any questions?
Set.
All set. I have no questions. Go out to the public. Questions, anybody from the audience that would like to ask a question or comment? Seeing none, Drew, I'll come back to you.
Just a quick question, Alex, you mentioned the clearing. Is that shown somewhere on the plan that's cleared, or was it in the,
Yeah, so if you look right next to where the mitigation plantings are,
on the upper?
Right there with the
There's-
cursor.
It says relocate fence to within property line?
Yeah,
So-
there's a
Oh, that area right there.
scalloped line
and to
there
the
is
inside
clear.
of that fence that's being removed.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Okay.
And edge of clearing, and then further down.
Edge of clearing, yeah, okay, got it. Okay.
If that's just left alone, will it like naturally vegetate with things we would want? I can't picture what's there.
It's completely bare there.
Yeah, I think it would probably do
honestly.
well too.
Better to give it a
So you
jump
can see
start.
it here in the
Yeah.
bottom of the
Yeah,
picture.
it's
Okay.
definitely ready to be revegetated, I think.
Okay.
I think it's, some things would revegetate, but it probably wouldn't hurt to give a help of doing some planting, but
Yeah.
Okay.
the native stuff will drop seeds.
Yeah.
Okay. So my only comment would be comments to be, if the motion is to close an issue, to include that revegetation of the areas on the town land, and also conditions of Regulation 30 lawn standards, that any lawn areas have to adhere to our lawn standards, and submission of a 2-year mitigation monitoring contract with a qualified professional prior to commencement of work. In other words, prior to the signing off of a building permit when it comes time for that. 'Cause we want to make sure we get that type of paperwork and documentation in before the project even begins, because we usually end up chasing down those types of things. So just to avoid that, that's what I would recommend.
I would also add just like have them work with you guys on a planting plan for the town side that
Yeah.
you guys like.
Sure. Yeah.
We need to come back and see it.
Anything else? We're good? Would accept the motion.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion for 73 Whippoorwill Circle for a close and issue with the following conditions. One is Regulation 30 lawn standards. 2 is submission of a signed 2-year mitigation monitoring contract with a qualified professional prior to commencement of work. And number 3 is to revegetate all cleared areas on the town of Mashpee property, and to work with staff on the types of plants to be revegetated.
Okay.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded by Alex. Open for discussion. Anything? Nobody has anything? We're good? There are no waiver requests for this?
Nope.
No. Okay. I didn't see anything, I was just checking. Okay. I'll take a roll call vote. Alex?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes, sir.
Sandy?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
And I vote no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now calling the 6:39 hearing for 126 Waiting Place Road, Stephen F. and Donna M. McDonald. This is a proposed installation and maintenance of a bulkhead. Representative is Falmouth Engineering. The notice of intent, DEP file number 433292. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Michael Borselli from Falmouth Engineering, and I represent the applicant. Before I make my presentation, there were some members in the audience that were curious about the agenda item discussion of Regulation 25. I don't think they realized that they wanted to confirm you are in fact going to talk about that later in the evening, because they saw it on the agenda earlier.
Yes, it's in the pre and post hearing
Okay.
agendas, so
So
we'll get back to that after the hearings.
I just said I'd ask, so.
Sure.
So I represent the applicant Stephen and Donna McDonald, who own the property at 126 Waiting Place. You may recall this property because there's an active order of conditions on it now for a raise and reconstruction of the house. It's currently in process. The order of conditions was originally issued in 2018. There was an extension to that order approved that runs through till September of '24. And they're finishing up the last parts of the project in this time between now and then. The property is just under 30,000 square feet. It has frontage on Spoondrift Cove, which is a man-made dredged waterway for this development. It is, however, considered a wetland resource, land under the ocean. Adjacent to the existing stone wall is a band of salt marsh, which is shown on the plan. In addition, there's an isolated vegetated wetland, which is larger, and it's on the east side of the lot, just to the right of the house, labeled as isolated vegetated wetland. There's lawn areas, typical other appurtenances for a single-family residence. The owners have observed over time the existing licensed stone seawall is showing signs of failure. There's settlement, there's material washing through the voids in the stone, which is causing turbidity to the cove, and they're worried that if there's no attention to that wall, then they're going to be faced with some more significant impacts, and they're trying to be proactive instead of reactive and try to get it fixed before it gets worse. I've had a couple of conversations with Drew. We met on site a couple months ago. We've talked about means and methods of how to do this. I've had interviews with marine contractors, and we think we came up with the most viable solution, which is to not, in fact, remove the stone wall, but to instead build directly adjacent to it, snug up against the base of it, a new vertical bulkhead, similar to what you've seen in other areas of New Seabury. There's a typical cross-section. Dan, if you wouldn't mind zooming in on that typical section AA at the bottom left of the plan. So if you look at this closely, you'll see the cross-section of the existing stone wall, which is those oblong shapes that are supposed to represent rocks. And then above, at the top of the wall, is the existing grade where the band of salt marsh is. So the concept is to drive a sheet pile wall right adjacent to the licensed stone wall, run it along the edge, and completely encapsulate the stone work so that it doesn't settle or continue to have finer sedimentation make its way through the voids in the stone. DEP, Division of Wetlands and Waterways, recognizes this as a maintenance of an existing licensed wall. so long as you build the vertical wall directly adjacent to the wall and not try to go seaward some distance and try to reclaim Commonwealth tidelands. They consider it maintenance under the license that was issued. That's why we advanced the plan with this technique. So the wall itself is a composite sheet pile vertical wall. It is driven by a vibratory hammer mounted on a mini excavator, and it's driven into the ground, in this case, about 12 feet, so that the bottom is deep enough that this has structural integrity. And if there were any changes to the seabed, such as dredging, that the wall would be deep enough below the ground not to have any potential for failure. The wall can't rely on itself for bending or overturning, so there's a series of anchors, tie-back anchors. They're called helicals anchors, and those are actually installed by a large torque hammer that is mounted to a mini excavator, and it literally drills the tie rods into the ground, under the ground, and until there's sufficient torque on those to resist the overturning forces of the land above. So those are below the ground. They're driven by a mechanical means, and they're approximately 15 feet long. So they're like 2 sheets of plywood long, if you want to put sort of a order of magnitude on that. And they're shown on the plan. They're all subterranean. You don't see anything at the surface. And they are tied to the sheet piling wall with a timber beam that runs along the horizontal along the edge of the sheet piling. So it's a system. It makes it so that all of the existing stonework doesn't have to be excavated out, hauled from site, and then new stonework or reused and supplemented with different stone and reused. No significant excavation is necessary. It's as limited in its impact as possible, as opposed to the other possible methods. So we think that's the best solution to maintaining this existing wall. So Drew has weighed in on this, and we've had conversations. And the conversations we've had are about means and methods, and I would like to get the feedback from the commission, but if necessary, we're willing to continue and talk more about it with a contractor, and I'll elaborate on that a little bit now. So, and Drew will correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe his main concerns were with upland access, which would be, if we could go back to the plan view, there'll be 2 means of access to do the work. One will be by barge. A small work barge will be mobilized to the site. The existing ramp and float that are licensed will be removed and out of the way, and the barge would stage just offshore in water so that it's floating at all tides. And there would be access for some of the construction of the wall from the cove. In addition to that, we're asking for the ability to use the construction access that I show on the plan as 2 parallel dashed lines that are just to the right of the garage, and it's labeled construction access. It goes through an area that's open now. It's actually used as a construction access already for the work that's going on with the house. So we would use the same construction access, and what would likely use that access would be what I'm gonna call a mini excavator. I think you know what I mean by that. It's like a baby excavator. It has a track-to-track width of about 6 feet. It has a smaller boom, and that machine is fitted with the torque hammer, and that's the machine that would torque in the tie rods that hold up the wall. So the concern that, one of the concerns Drew had was that the track-mounted machine traveling down to the wall will do damage to the wetland resource that's directly adjacent to the wall, and also to the flat area, right where the words lot 103 and 104 with the lot area, that flat plateau there is a very like spongy, it's the best technical term I can use. It's somewhat soft, and I think it's probably dredge spoils when they first developed New Seabury. But there's a potential for that to get, the surface to get dug up a bit, and the tracks can have a tendency to do that. But one of the means and methods we were gonna use that the marine contractors described is they use timber matting, so that the track machine walks on the timber matting, crawls on the timber matting, and it's stationed on the timber matting. The work's done. There will be some temporary disruption to the ground surface, there's no doubt about it. But I've also had a conversation with a wetlands restoration professional that you're familiar with. There's a couple of them that are before you all the time. They haven't been hired yet, so I won't, I don't know who we're gonna use, but if necessary, we think it could be conditioned that any temporary disturbance would be restored. In fact, there's an opportunity here to do an even better restoration than just bring it back to its current condition. There's an opportunity to supplement and provide, you know, a better buffer to the cove as part of the temporary repair. It would also be a restoration, but the details on that aren't really like worked out yet. That would be one of the reasons we would want to ask for a continuance if the board commission was concerned about land access, because Drew had concerns about it, and he had suggested he might want to condition that all work has to be done from the barge. We're hoping we can compromise on that, because making that a condition is making the project almost, not completely, but very, very difficult and expensive to do. And it needs to be done. If it's not done, it could collapse and fail into the cove. So I'm hoping we can deliberate on that and continue the hearing if need be, but come up with some sort of solution where we can have access from both directions. Today, at just before 2 o'clock, I got a comment letter from Division of Marine Fisheries, so I didn't have a lot of time to reply or respond, but I did. They made some generalized comments that a couple of them I was sort of surprised at. They suggested that this cove was mapped as habitat for soft-shell clams, and my experience is there is no habitat for soft-shell clams, or for that matter, quahogs that I've seen. And I think that that's like a general statement, because if you've read these Division of Marine Fisheries letters, they're sort of a broad brush. They look at maps and they don't look at site-specific conditions like your shellfish warden does. And your shellfish warden received copies of these plans, as is required, and he made comments that there's no shellfish mitigation necessary. So that suggests to me that this isn't any viable habitat that needs mitigation. And keep in mind that all we're doing, if you remember that cross-section, is driving sheet piling snug up against the toe of these existing stones to prevent further potential damage to the area where they claim there is soft-shell clam habitat. So we didn't really agree with that. think that pretty much sums it up. My client, Stephen, Stephen McDonald is here tonight, as well as Donna McDonald. He wants to do the right thing. He wants to cooperate with the commission. So we're hoping we can work this out, and I'm happy to take questions and listen, and if need be, it's probably a good idea to make it continue it so we can work out some methodology, if you're receptive to that, so we don't have to do the work solely by barge. And I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'll start with commissioners.
Great. What is the plan, so if you're putting in fill between the rocks and the proposed bulkhead, what are you gonna plant it with?
Well, we were, actually, we weren't planning on putting any fill. We were gonna just let the upland side just settle and reach its own equilibrium, but what we were hoping to do was supplement that with salt marsh planting, if need be, on the landward side of the narrow band of salt marsh. But we weren't proposing, oh, I'm sorry, yes, you're right, I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, we were gonna supplement that with more salt marsh planting.
And then the area that you were talking about that's spongy, if that were to not be mowed, would that be a salt marsh?
I don't know, I'd have to, I'm not expert in that. I can find out, I can get you the answer. I was planning on going to the site with a wetlands scientist to look at that, so I don't know the answer.
The concerns of access from the upland are extremely valid within the salt marsh resource area. And if there's an opportunity to restore this, where you have an area getting mowed that's spongy, that shouldn't be being mowed, and if that can be restored to a salt marsh, and if the area that gets filled with between the rocks and the new vertical wall is also salt marsh, I think you're looking at just better protection for the property in general.
Point taken. We're gonna look into that.
I agree. Steve?
Can I ask Alex a question?
Sure, go ahead, Marjorie.
So Alex, as you're concerned between the rock wall, seawall, and the bulkhead, what holds that in? Or you may want to answer this, what holds in the fill?
Well, it's wrapped around, so I imagine,
Is it that close that there's,
I mean, looking at it, it looks like it would just be held in by the wall.
Yeah, if you look
Yeah,
at the cross-section.
the walls.
Bulkhead wall would
is that
actually,
close?
Oh, yeah.
it's supposed to be right at the seaward edge of the existing rock wall, so it's gonna
Okay,
be
I'm
flush
not
up against
familiar
that.
with how these two marry.
you
And
look
so they
on that
marry in a sense
cross-section
that there's
again?
no room for fill,
Can
or
you
there
show us
is?
that cross-section?
There
So
is.
see,
Yeah, so that,
see
you see
the
that.
clean
Yeah.
backfill?
No, I was looking at this.
That area is, just for sense, is like 2 feet at the top, you know, between the rocks, and it's tapers down to 0 at the
So
toe.
2 feet, I'm sorry, say that again.
If you look at that cross-section where it says clean coarse sand backfill,
Yeah,
between the top rock and the back of the new proposed wall is about 18 to 24 inches of width. So in the height of that is about 2.5 feet. So we're talking about a small little wedge of fill that would run along the edge of the new wall. And we would plant that with wetlands plants. And that would all be encapsulated within the wall. The wall acts like a barrier from anything basically seeping through into the water.
okay. That seems to make sense. It's not my expertise, so I was grateful for that.
Hey, Mike, on the license plan, it shows the existing stone wall going from property line to property line and tying into the abutters riprap wall on the southeast corner
Yes.
side. But your plan doesn't show the existing wall going from property line on the southwest side or the west side, and then you have the 2 returns. So what's happening in that gap there? Oh, well, 2 gaps. Or
So-
why wouldn't wouldn't they just tie in all the way to
So-
match this plan?
On the, I'm gonna call it the top where where the arrow is.
Yeah.
If that area, there's no wall north or northwest of there. That's just, there's no wall.
So that's what, so the actual wall that was built does not match the license plan? Because the license plan has it going right to the property line.
That could be true, but what we surveyed is it's shy of the property line by a couple feet.
Okay, and then does it, and it says, I see no blend to adjoining seawall there.
Well, we've got a return, 20-foot return. I can certainly put notations to blend and stabilize on the return on that side, if you're concerned about that. That's the idea. Whatever's on that side, on the abutting property, is just going to remain as it is. We're not altering anything beyond that.
Right, so would you change the angle on that return to bring it to the property line to minimize that gap that's in there?
Well, it wouldn't really, well, we didn't want to go too close to the property line because we didn't want to, potentially encroach and have workmen and have equipment over the lot line. So what is on that side, whether we're at the property line or in a couple feet like we're showing it is the same. There's a little band of salt marsh and the land is lower there and it just has a shoreline. So we're not creating any gaps because there's no wall on that side that exists. We're not leaving like a space.
So on the upper part of the plan, how wide is that gap? Is that gap like 6, 7, 8 feet wide?
On the upper part of the
Yeah.
plan, it's like, I can tell you. I gotta measure it though.
Yeah, and then I see there's a raised garden there, so, if
There's
the wall
about-
doesn't return, it just goes down the salt marsh, I haven't been out there, so I
There's about 6
apologize
feet.
for that. Does it just go right down into the water there?
It's all level.
It's pretty thickly vegetated in there, at the
Okay.
end, on the north side of the wall.
Yeah.
There's got a lot of tall shrubs, and you really can't, you'd have to bushwhack to get through to the water.
Okay,
there,
so there's not,
it's pretty thick.
Pretty stable on
You
that
can see
side.
it right there, it's very thick salt marsh.
Yeah,
right
it's
at the
all-
top, right?
oh, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
Okay, I couldn't tell on the plan, and
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to go out there.
On the other side, you had asked about, if we could go back to if you got any pictures of that. If you look at that middle picture, you can see, that's the abutter on the other side. The stone wall continues past our property. So if you go back to the plan now, we show it, but we didn't survey all the way onto his land, but it continues underneath his dock, the same wall, and,
So it matches up to the license plan.
yes, and we're gonna put a return on our land, and we're going to reset stones snug up against the wall there with filter cloth and filter fabric so that there's no gaps on that side. So his existing stone wall will blend right to our new vertical wall.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Okay. Marjorie, any other questions?
No, I think I'm good.
You good? Sandy? Aaron?
Good.
Rich? Lisa? I've got a question about the construction access roadway that you have on there. Why was that there?
So, I was suggesting earlier in the presentation that to build this wall, there's two possible means of access. There's the waterway that you'd go by barge, which we need to do, because it's still good to have the barge there and do some, it's good to be looking at the wall and have equipment and materials staged on the barge. But the small machine that does the helical anchoring is a mini excavator, and that construction access is there so that it could gain access through the site to the wall to do the operation of installing those helical anchors. It's already used as a construction access for the work going on with the house that's currently under an order of condition. So we were hoping to use both. Now, Drew had concerns about coming from the upland. And those are the issues I'm hoping we can work out by restoring any disruption when we get down there. If we were on the barge, you wouldn't be on the on the land, obviously, right? So if we're gonna run a little mini excavator down there to do some of the work and there's some disruption, we're suggesting we wanna restore that and propose some restoration plantings there.
And what's the process to install the anchors from the barge?
You can do it from the barge as well. You can put the mini excavator on the barge, but it's a much more difficult way because the equipment is designed to pull as it's driving in the anchors, not push, but it forces them to do some techniques that they don't like to do, and it also requires you to remove some of the top stones to gain better access. It's just a different operation.
Yeah.
So that's why we're hopeful if we could do the more typical method and restore any disruption, it would be more cost-effective and it would, you know, we'd still restore the area.
I have no other questions. I'll go out to the audience for questions or comments. Anyone? No? Yeah.
I got one. Since there's gonna be piles driven in, when I was on site looking at the piles that are already holding up the dock, the pier, I mean, they looked to be in pretty rough shape. Would that be an acceptable condition to have those two replaced as well, not just the boardwalk?
Yeah, actually, part of our plan is to rebuild the walkway to it. We're gonna have to take the walkway and ramp off to do this
Oh,
work.
so you do the piles too? That's what I wanted to confirm.
We'd like to have the opportunity to replace the pilings in the same
Yeah, they
location.
need it really bad.
Need it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they are licensed, yep.
All right, I just wanted to make sure, because I saw walkway reconstruction, so I just want to make sure that was.
I'm not often asked by commissions to install new pilings.
Well, when it wiggles when you walk on it, that's a good
Yeah, yeah.
incentive to replace them.
Sure, go ahead.
So what I would suggest, because I think that some details need to be worked out as far as, you know, what would be required from the upland access, and you described the machinery, and would you anticipate material storage in the upland as well? Like what would be the situation with that?
I'd rather have the contractor talk about
Okay.
that,
But
because
that would be one other aspect that would need clarification. And I agree, I think it's a good opportunity to, you know, a mini excavator is only gonna cause so much disruption, and with safeguards, like you said, you know, platforming and things like that, to reduce that, but also that area, can we bring up the plan just again real quick? So yeah, that flat area between the toe of the grassy slope and.
the spongy area, yeah.
Spongy area, it's wetland, there's no question about it. There's no emergent salt marsh grass, it's probably more amongst the category of bordering vegetated wetland type of situation. But that is a prime area to establish and enhance what's already existing upper salt marsh and BBW. So I think that would be a very good compensatory aspect of this project. You know, not only to restore any, you know, rutting or anything from equipment usage, but just, you know, to consider that from marine fisheries standpoint, that you are filling in tidelands, granted it's minimal, but that would be a good compensatory measure to offset that, to enhance the buffer and enhance the bordering vegetated wetlands, so.
Yep, totally understand
yeah.
that. Makes sense.
Can we condition this, or do you think a continuance is necessary?
It's up to the commission. I mean, we'd be happy to work with Mike, you know, if the commission were to approve this tonight, we could work out those details, but if the commission wants to see those details to come back and just so you're aware of them before you make a decision, we're fine either way, so.
We just are really good at continuing. I would love to not continue some of these. But, I mean, obviously we need to suss out what we need to, but.
We could also, you know, we could come back and show you the plans without an actual continuance, because, you know, that way you at least be able to view what the restoration looks like.
Yeah.
Just as an FYI, without continuing, but it's your discretion, however you wanna
I
feel
think-
comfortable with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was like, considering DMF's comments, if everything below, like, elevation 4 is filled in with wetland plants, and then you're bolstering that marsh,
Yeah.
I would be fine with that, but that's my feelings. I don't know about anybody else.
I'd actually prefer to like have a continuance and work out some things, because I would want my client to understand what we're talking about, like what you just said. I want to be able to explain to him from elevation 4 what that means.
Okay.
So I understand you're not wanting to continue things, but I think we'll have one continuance if we do this, and it'll be better than rushing
Right.
some conditions in that we might not have thought out.
Mike, I have a quick question. You've been on this site quite a bit. Is there a variation to the amount of sponginess in that area based on tidal activity?
Based on tidal activity, like at
Have you
high
noticed
tide, is it
anything?
more spongy?
Right.
I haven't noticed that, because I've been there probably 4 times, and I didn't pay attention to like the tides, but
Just-
I've been out there
Yeah.
enough to tell you that it's most likely coming from that isolated vegetated wetland. When that gets flooded, because that's at a higher elevation than the flat area.
Yeah.
And then when you've got,
It's draining down in.
it's draining down in there.
Yeah.
And that whole area is so flat, it's pretty much the same kind of hydric soil condition from one side to the other.
Yeah.
You may have some contribution from seasonal high tides that get in there, but I think the main thing is groundwater infiltration from that isolated wetland. When it gets filled up, it just naturally drains down slope, and it collects right down in that lower elevation.
that whole area has that like hollow feeling if you stomp on it, like it's
Yeah.
almost, it feels peaty, but it's not very stable.
Is there any road runoff going into the isolated vegetated wetland?
No, it's pretty well vegetated around the entire perimeter, and the property to the right, if you're standing at this property looking at the water, the property to your right, which is actually on Spoondrift, they had to go through some mitigation around that wetland on the other side too, so it's pretty stable as far as the perimeter goes, and there's no runoff. One thing I would suggest, now that you mentioned that, though, that, once more details for the upland access are provided, there should be erosion control all along the right side of that access road, because it abuts right up against that wetland. The wetland is actually further in. There's a buffer of kind of natural vegetation before you hit the actual wetland, but it would be good to have erosion control in there, straw wattle, hay bales,
They
whatever
show
the
a
case
limit
may
of
be.
work.
Yeah, right where the limit of work is, that's where you would
That's the
want to
intent-
protect that.
The intention that was gonna be a silt fence or whatever means
Yeah.
you'd prefer to have
Yeah.
for the erosion control.
Yeah.
All right, so
So let's talk about,
make a motion for continuance?
We're looking at the 27th in 2 weeks, or in July 25th?
You okay with July 25th? Because we have to work out some details.
July 25?
I think, yeah, what is that, 6:36?
That would be 6:36, correct.
Make a motion to continue the hearing for 126 Waiting Place Road to July 25th at 6:36 PM.
No, second that.
Okay. Do we have a copy of that DMF letter?
Yes.
Before you make a vote, Mike, the applicant's
We're gonna
concerned,
be away and stuff in July, and I'd like to do it in June if we could.
but we have to get things submitted 1 week prior to the hearing, right? So-
This is a week,
Next
next
Friday.
week.
Yeah, I don't have, we're not ever gonna get this
Okay.
put together.
You gonna keep that date?
The July date, please.
25, 7:25 at 6:36. Let's get the vote on this, so. You never know, Marjorie might have some pressing question over there.
You never know.
Any questions at all? We're good?
No, we're gonna continue this,
To give
right?
everybody a chance to get out there and take a good look at it, too.
Right, right.
Okay. Alex?
Yes.
I wanna see this
Steve.
one.
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes,
Andy?
yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
I vote yes as well, so, thank you, July 25.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll get them.
But that's okay. It'll be better.
Because they don't get out to the sites, they just go by the GIS layer and just make assumptions that it's all pristine, and it's rarely the case, unfortunately. These Creek and Cove areas of East Seabury are really not viable shellfish habitat.
Oh, man.
We're gonna be
second here to clean up. I'm going to call the 6:42 hearing for 43 Birch Way, Thomas D. Woodson, proposed patio extension, installation of stairs, removal of diseased and hazardous trees, and mitigation plantings. Representative is Environmental Landscape Solutions. This is a notice of intent, DEP file number 433291. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Tyler Goudreau of Environmental Landscape Solutions, representing the applicant Thomas Woodson for the proposed work at 43 Birch Way. We are proposing the removal of 9 trees, an extension to the patio, or existing walkway patio, some steps, and some subsequent mitigation plantings. Of the 9 trees, 6 are the European and American beech tree, which are clearly being ravaged, as many others, around the pond by the beech leaf disease, and I'd be happy to discuss the reason for the removals. There are 2 oak trees that are pretty close to the house and overhanging, which are in a hazardous tree. And there's 1 existing black locust, which is an invasive species. And we're proposing 10 trees in place. The other small areas of disturbance are within the 75-foot buffer zone. The first is an extension of a patio. It's 151 square feet. And then 2 sets of steps coming off the back of the property to meet the existing pathway. And for the disturbance, we have approximately 740 square feet of mitigation plantings in the term of a naturally vegetated buffer strip. And I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Okay. Go to commissioners first for questions you might have.
Do we have pictures?
Sorry.
Do we have pictures for this? I'm looking for pictures. I just wanted to see the trees. Oh, great, great, thank you.
These aren't the best view of the trees, but I can assure you the beech trees are
Pretty bad.
very bad. The bigger the tree, I have noticed, the less leaves it will have this year so far.
Yeah,
So that's kind of how it's been going so far.
So I'm under the impression that we don't know that the trees are definitely dead once they have beech leaf disease. That they're certainly suffering, but taking them down is not necessary or recommended until we know whether or not the trees are indeed dead after a couple seasons. So
This is the 3rd season.
Yes.
I'd be happy to speak on that. So the beech leaf disease is actually a parasitic nematode, which is very, very rare in its nature. Typically, it's a pathogen or something like that. The UMass Extension has been working for the last few years on different ways of methodology, and someone before mentioned injections, and because of the unknown nature of it, they've actually seen some help with the physical removal, because it actually removes the parasitic nematode from the area, so it limits the spread, and that's the reason. There are a few beech trees that are within the bank that we're not removing, and the hope is that if we remove these, we'll at least give that some time to allow it not to spread. It's very difficult to know, and there are people that are actually coming out of retirement to do research on this, and it's
Right.
it's definitely a very rare case. And again, there's really no treatment for it, but there is evidence that removal actually limits the spread.
When it comes to the removal of them, is there any stump grinding or anything that's going to be done to the stump? Because this is all inland bank, so that's a concern there.
So I believe one of the stumps will be removed where there's an existing patio. My assumption, a lot of them are within the mitigation planting area. I'm assuming that there may be some grinding, but a flush cut and it would just naturalize would be fine. But they do, it's a beech leaf disease, so they're in the leaves. So if the stumps were left, I don't think that would have any effect on the actual parasite itself.
Other questions?
So if the stump is proposed to be left in one, did you say that?
So there's one that's proposed to actually be fully removed, and
Fully
that's
removed.
because it's in an existing area where there's proposed hardscaping.
And then the rest will be cut down, but the stumps
The
left.
stumps will be left, yes.
And what's the status of the disease in the stumps?
So my understanding is that they're in they eat the leaves of the trees, and that's why you see there's typically a large black spot on the underside of the leaves, which we identified on site. There was a couple areas when you kind of look, but a lot of the crown health of the tree is where you can determine it, and the vast majority of the crown has no vegetation left. But I'm not an expert on it, and it's really tough, but I don't think that leaving the stumps would have any effect on it maintaining the livelihood. And for the stability, so some of the stumps are near the inland bank, so the flush cutting would,
They're near what, I'm sorry?
so they're in close proximity to the inland bank.
Yeah,
So my recommendation would be to leave the stumps in order to not do any additional disturbance.
do not
to-
disturb it.
Correct.
And no threat, to your knowledge, to any mitigating replacement
So-
vegetation?
So we have 10 trees.
Yeah.
So there's 9 total trees to be removed, and we're
But
mitigating.
how close to the stumps are they going?
So they're actually in we're doing more of a row of trees. So it's kind of extending that naturally vegetated buffer strip along the left-hand side of the property.
Yeah,
Keeping with the mitigation standards is trying to put groupings of trees together. So there'll be a large amount of shrubs along that, it's kind of hard to see right now, but in that center photo to the left of the walkway.
yeah,
will be
so that
about-
one, can you just tell me, those will be gone?
Correct.
And you're suggesting replacing them within close proximity?
Yes, so they'd be to the north of the house.
But you're not replacing it closest to the resource area. You're replacing it between the house and the neighboring house, is that correct?
Correct.
So typically, we require mitigation plantings to be placed closer to the resource area.
So so some of the removals are to the north of the house, and some of the removals are toward the resource area. We could do our best to try to get it as close without affecting that root system when we're planting the trees. But I'd be happy to send a revised plan with kind of dissecting where the trees are located. But the idea for planting them there was to kind of have a shrub habitat along where there's already existing shrubs, and then kind of planting these all in a row together. But I'd be happy to take the recommendations of the commission.
I'm just curious, I don't know, Alex, or see if anyone has an opinion on this, and I'm not an arborist, but the proximity to a tree that has an active disease, right? We cut it down, we leave the trunk and the roots, and we plant a fresh, healthy tree right next to it. Doesn't sound smart. And again, I'm not an expert,
Different
but
species.
often.
Different species, so, I mean,
Different
this.
species?
Yeah, the nematode that's affecting the beech trees is affecting only the beech trees.
And
So
what
if
are we
you plant-
replacing it with?
Not beech trees.
Just anything but beech trees. We're gonna look up under
Yeah,
Yeah,
this,
yeah.
anything
service
but.
berries and eastern white cedar,
Yeah.
the trees.
So they're not gonna be susceptible to this pest,
That's a very good answer, so that's true.
yes.
Both
That's
of
in the
those-
plan.
So, I'm struggling with taking out beech trees
Yeah.
and replacing them with like trees that are typically used as like a hedgerow and calling that like the same as like a
Oh,
one-to-one mitigation.
That's a whole different concern.
That's what I'm struggling with. Like, yeah, an eastern white cedar is great. It's just, it's not the same thing as a big beech tree.
No.
But also, when you remove the trees, like, what's your methodology for removing them to then not spread the nematodes? Like, where is that brush going?
Exactly.
What are you doing with it? How are you, like, transporting it? Because, again, like you said, if it can spread to other trees,
Right.
it seems like disturbing it would increase the spread.
Sure. So we've been working with a contractor and arborist, so I'd be happy to try to find an appropriate recycling facility. We could chip it, so chipping the trees on site to try to limit the spread, or we could try to find an appropriate recycling facility. Again, it's a super, it's a very specific disease, and we're all trying to figure out the best methodology for it. I'm not an expert on the actual nematode itself, but using the channels that I know, they are, the recommendation by the state as of now is the best management practice is to remove the tree from the site so that it limits the spread to existing living organisms that it would affect. So I believe that it's in the best interest to remove these trees for the sake of the trees around it. And in terms of mitigation for the trees, I'd be happy to take any recommendations on separate species. The eastern white cedar is a very, very good native. It's a habitat to many bird species. The amelanchier is also that's more of a pollinator, so we're trying to kind of do a 2-for-1. And the shrub habitat that we're doing in addition to it has many different species. So we're trying to enhance that buffer zone while also kind of doing what's best for the beech trees.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it, and I've seen it like on our trails. I'm just struggling because, I mean, really what this looks like is you've got a house on a water, you're taking down the trees on the water side, you're moving them to the north where they won't be blocking a view, and you're putting back shrubs. So that's what it feels like.
Sure.
Kind of is.
So within the bank, that right-hand side is pretty heavily vegetated. There's no removals within the resource area. For whatever reason, these beaches within the buffer zone are the ones that you can visibly see are damaged. I'm happy to, again, we can replace along that same area. It's just it wouldn't necessarily be the exact same location. But based on the plan, there's 5 trees right along that top of the bank. So if we moved 5 of the trees towards that same area, if that was more sufficient, that would be fine.
Okay.
Any other questions? Sandy? No. Tyler, do you have an idea as to the origin of the nematode?
So that's another great question. My understanding is right now they believe it's from Europe, but I'm not sure. I would be speculating as to how they know that. I went to 2 conferences over the winter, so there may have been, I mean, the nature of our industry is we kind of learn these things when we have time in the winter, and that was the consensus then. Again, it could be daily that there could be tests that are going on now, but I would say that if anybody is interested, the UMass Extension is probably the best go-to for any news or updates, because they take a wide variety, and they actually have testing facilities on the UMass campus that they do individual research as well.
And it's now found throughout all of Massachusetts, New England as well?
Yes, I believe Cape Cod, Barnstable was found 2 years ago, and almost every town, or 3 years ago and 2 years ago, almost every town on the Cape had at least one identification. And I don't know if anybody's been to Lowell Hawley, but it's just kind of, again, so it's one of those things, if you can get ahead of it,
Yeah.
there are some beaches on the site that are still healthy, and we're not proposing to remove those beaches. It's just the ones that we can see that are clearly damaged.
Okay. No further questions. I'll go out to the audience. Questions, comments? Sue, if you would come up, please. She spoke earlier.
I did speak
on
here.
the
I
same
spoke
topic.
earlier on this very subject. As a fellow lake owner, I mean, I see people, I don't want to rain on anybody's parade, but this is going to be a precedent-setting decision. You've got a lot of houses with all of these trees in front of them. And I just think, I don't want to delay it, or continue it, but in a way I do. We've got to get it right.
Yeah.
Do you think it's right?
I don't know. I really don't know. I hear an arborist saying, take them out. My arborist said, leave them there.
Yeah,
Let them
I
die.
heard that too.
Because the saplings that are underneath it may come out. They don't know if it's like the elm disease where everything died, or if it's these are gonna die, and then the others are gonna come up. So I'm getting different answers.
Blights do come and go, you know.
What was that? I'm sorry?
Blights have a tendency to come and then go, and we're into year 3, correct?
Right, and then next year we have the
Usually a
cicadas.
break-off window, 3 years.
The cicadas are coming back.
Yeah.
And they,
Don't say that. Jinx.
no, they're definitely coming. So, but they take the leaves off the trees
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
So I think there's, I mean, it's literally looks almost like winter at Little Holly.
Yeah.
And along our whole side of Wakeby on the north side, same thing. So I just caution you that if you make a blanket decision tonight without a little bit more understanding of whether you should take them out or let them, or limb them up, or I don't know. I'm concerned that it will, everyone needs to know what to do. Maybe it's a case-by-case thing, but the ones on the bank, I'm worried about the bank, I'm worried about the runoff, I'm worried about a lot because the canopy's gone. So that would just be my request, that a little bit of extra check is done before this decision is made. I'm sorry, but that's what it is.
No, sure. I mean, I can speak to it. So the disease is not a blight, so it's a parasitic nematode. So there are existing nematodes in the beech trees. The state recommendation is that the removal of the diseased trees will take those nematodes out of the area. So the question of whether or not it is an effective management practice has been shown that this is the best management practice by the state. And this, it's 6 trees. We can use this as kind of a catalyst to check in on the existing beaches on site. I'd be happy to, as we're doing the maintenance and monitoring for mitigation, to keep an eye on the existing beaches that are there. But I don't see how leaving the pathogen on the site could have any sort of positive effect to the beech trees in the area.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Absolutely.
Does the state have a position, opinion, guidelines on the removal process itself? Do they recommend it's best to take the whole tree? It's best to cut to the, stump?
I'd be happy to review it again. My understanding is that leaving the stumps, because the nematode doesn't eat the stumps, it eats the leaves.
Yeah.
The removal of the tree removes the habitat of the nematode and the leaves. We could find the most appropriate recycling facility, and if the commission wants to condition that area or where would be best, we'd be happy to dispose of it where it needs to. It's just precedents haven't yet been set because it's so new.
I hear what you're saying.
And we're happy to do it in the best way possible. But we really do believe that the removal is the best methodology for control.
Well, removal of how much is my concern.
So this application just is proposing the removal of 6 individual trees that are clearly diseased. The others, there are others on site that are not. We're not removing those.
The removal of the whole tree,
Correct.
stump, everything.
So the stump would remain. We'd flush cut to the stump. We'd remove the areas of the tree where the nematode can habitate.
So
If
to me,
you,
that's not removal. I mean, again, I'm not an arborist, but it's always
So-
been.
And I know it's not really fair to do research while you're on the stand.
sure, yeah.
A quick search says, as of August 2023, the state of Massachusetts does not recommend removing infected beech trees from the forest to treat beech leaf disease. It is spread by birds, insects, so removing one infected tree will not eradicate the disease once it's established in an area.
Sure. So the trees are dead, and we don't want them to pose an issue to the home similar to the oaks. These specific trees, so I'd be happy to send you the UMass extensions that they can't guarantee that it doesn't spread the disease. They don't have any formal eradication methods. So their recommendation is if you remove the trees, there's not a precedent that's been set. Usually there's a 5-year window where they do tests and try certain methodology. We don't have that. The only methodology that we have is that if we remove the nematode, if you remove the habitat, you remove that nematode and that affected tree. So that stated that we don't know if that is the appropriate methodology, but to leave the tree would only leave the habitat for that. Versus the mitigation in whichever way you see fit, that's totally up to you. We went with a 1-to-1 ratio with 2 different species of trees that would serve additional habitat and eventually would grow into the largeness that we just can't source large enough trees, and nor do we want something that's going to be bringing big machines on site. But I found that the white cedar and the amelanchier, white cedar for bird habitat, and it's a pretty shady site. The amelanchier for both bird habitat and pollinating habitat are both very, very high on the list of native tree species.
Well, Ollie,
I do have one more question that.
Sure.
You noted one of the leaning oaks to be removed is not on your client's property.
Yeah, so we have a letter from the neighbor. I'm happy to send that in to Drew, and I'll give that to the commission.
Thank you.
That's the oak tree, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, 16-inch oak.
And Tyler, one last question. Have you been involved with the removal of beech trees already here on the Cape or
I have not.
in
So,
other areas?
yep. So this project was actually brought about a year or 2 years ago when it was starting, and I met with Caitlin before on site, and it wasn't. It was just more of a, hey, can we take away these damaged trees? This was even before it was seen on the Cape. So now I wanted to bring it to the attention that we now know why these are hazardous trees. So just like the oaks, these are also hazardous too. They're pretty big. Limbs are already falling, and the storms in the winter keep getting worse. I have not personally been involved in a project because I typically work with conservation. I don't do large landscape jobs. This was a unique case that the proposed trees to be removed were beech trees.
Right.
And again, I'm happy to take the recommendations on methodology from the commission, or if they would like me to submit anything that they need, I'd happy to do that as well.
Thank you. I have no other questions. Drew, do you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand. I think that every situation is certainly unique. There is no across-the-board precedent that's going to be set by the commission because every circumstance is going to be different. So I think it should be done on a case-by-case basis when it comes to this, and the commission's certainly going to see, I guarantee you, you're going to see multiple permit applications for this very issue. And I don't know how many are coming down the pike, but it's a lot, because there's a lot of beech trees that are within wetlands jurisdiction, particularly around Mashpee Wakeby Pond. Beech tree groves everywhere around Mashpee Wakeby Pond. Yeah. As far as like, you know, which trees to tackle first, I think the ones that, you know, have not resprouted leaves for, you know, 2 years or more, that's pretty much game over for that tree. And if those trees are in close proximity in a fall range within a part of the house, I think it behooves the commission to grant removal of that tree to eliminate what could be conceived as an imminent risk when you've got a dead tree of that size in that close proximity to the home. And if the commission doesn't allow it and that tree falls, that could bring up some future problems. So I think in the interest of caution, when it comes to trees that are afflicted with this, or, you know, any type of tree that's in close proximity to a home and can experience wind throw, you've got crown coverage over the roof, or you've got branches that are in close proximity, if they start to snap off on a dead tree and hit the deck or a part of the foundation of the house, that's a risk that you can't ignore. So when it comes to kind of evaluating, you know, if there are beech trees that are impacted by the nematode that are far enough away and outside of the range of impact if they were to fail, I think that's a wait and see what happens. There's no urgency to remove those trees. But trees that are within a fall range of a house that are dead, I mean, we give administrative approval for that situation, you know, on a limited basis when it's just a few trees here and there, 1 or 2, all the time, because the risk is imminent. And we always get an arborist assessment to make sure that, you know, a proper assessment of the health of the tree is conducted by a professional. And in every case, you know, when you've got that situation where you've got a large, mature, dead tree within a range of hitting the house if it were to fail, that's a situation that should be dealt with sooner than later. So I think, you know, based on the site visits that I've gone on this property with, those beech trees represent an imminent risk to the house, in my opinion.
How many?
The oak tree, all of them.
All of them?
All of them, and the oak trees as well, particularly the oak trees. I mean, those ones, you've got crown going right over the roof. You've got lean going right over the roof. So if those were to remain, guaranteed in a storm, you're gonna start experiencing roof damage rather. As far as, you know, I think the stumps should remain, with the exception of the one in the patio, because you want that root system intact to stabilize the soils. And you supplement plantings in between where you can to stabilize exposed soils that are gonna be now exposed to more rain and potential runoff. So trying to mitigate the understory to compensate for the loss of the overstory is the right thing to do. So, I don't have
Isn't
any
the
other.
science different, though?
Huh?
Isn't the science, the science now is evolving in terms of whether or not leaving the stumps poses a risk that outweighs benefit analysis of having the roots in there for stability.
But I think as Tyler has described, the nematode feeds on leaves, not the stumps.
Well, but I mean, again, I'm not an arborist, but there are many.
Understood.
But there are many instances we could find where the disease lives on in other parts of the plant or other parts of the tree where they don't manifest and grow there, and they go throughout the rest of the system, but it's possible. And if there's differing recommendations coming out, whether it's UMass or elsewhere, saying leave the stumps, don't leave the stumps, remove the trees, don't remove the trees.
Well, I think in the interim, until that, you know, more research is done, it's
Yeah.
in the best interest to leave the stumps and the root systems, because if you take those out, you are going to experience severe erosion and runoff and destabilization of the bank into the pond.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Well, I agree with your
but-
recommendation on,
Yeah.
particularly for the ones that are close to the house. That's why I asked how many.
Yeah.
Is it your opinion that they're all that close?
Yes. Have you been out to the site?
I have not, that's why I'm
Yeah.
sorry that I
Yeah,
have
no,
to ask for pictures.
there's no question. These are giants, and they are within the striking range of the house, each and every one of them. Yeah.
In the pictures, there's still leaves on them, right?
Some of them, yeah, but they're, you telltale signs of the
So,
nematode.
yeah, a telltale sign of the health is the crown health, and it's you can see in that first photo. So those leaves are actually on a beech tree beyond that, and it might not even be a beech, but the front.
Behind the house in that
So
photo?
Yeah, on the
above the
water side.
garage,
Yeah.
you can see
Okay.
that is the beech tree. So the leaves are on the tree that's beyond that. The tree is mostly gone at this point. And the clients, to the left hand, there's one beech tree that limbs have already began falling on his deck, small ones. But these winters we're getting harsher and harsher storms
Yeah.
with the warmth that we're getting from the north.
Yeah.
And one of these, I respect the comment of the view and that, but this application specifically, the area where we're removing the trees is not in a view corridor. It's close proximity to these houses. We're leaving a ton of oak trees that may even do better with a little bit more sunlight, and replacing with two species that are not on the site. So we're expanding the biodiversity. But it really is a hazardous tree removal and not a clear cut. We're not looking for any sort of views, if you will.
You have the established view corridor already outlined on the plan?
Yes.
As well, so that's always been the view corridor of the house, or the property out to the pond. I agree, this is not in the interest of a view. I know it can be conceived that way, but it's clearly not, I mean.
If it
this
was
is-
for a view, we would have moved the view corridor down into the vegetation. The client said, this is an established vegetation zone, we're extending the buffer zone.
Yeah.
But it's really just in the interest of the home with these dead and dying trees.
Yeah.
And also, just to make a quick note, it hasn't been discussed, there will be stormwater management from dry wells and French drains installed as well. Just keep that in mind, because it has not been mentioned tonight.
Yes, I believe one is existing, but it may be replaced because it's not acting properly. And I'm sorry for not mentioning that, as the trees kind of took over the conversation, but wanted to clarify all of that information.
Okay, we're good.
We're good.
I would accept a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, make a motion for 43 Birchway for a closing issue, and I do agree with Drew's comments that on a case-by-case basis, so I think, in the future, we ought to proceed that way.
Absolutely.
So,
I agree.
so we're closing issue with conditions that all tree stumps must remain in place except the stump in the proposed new patio. Submission of a signed 2-year mitigation monitoring contract with a qualified professional prior to commencement of work, and the condition of following the standards for vista pruning under Regulation 29.
I would also add, if you're agreeable to it, that they work with staff to cite the location of trees closest to the resource area and not just simply use eastern white cedars as a hedgerow. So just to work with staff on a more robust tree planting plan closer to the resource
Okay,
area.
you can add that into
Add
the
that in.
conditions, yeah.
Thank you.
And is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay.
Alex, I think
Alex,
Alex,
second,
yeah.
And the one stump at the patio is out, 2-year contract, and a more robust planting of species closer to the resource area. Okay.
To be worked out with staff.
Yeah, in the vista pruning,
In vista pruning protocols.
Regulation 29, yeah.
Right.
Establishing a corridor, yeah.
Yep. Okay. Motion made and seconded. Up for discussion amongst commissioners. Anything else? Not a happy day for the trees. Okay, I'll take a vote. Alex?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
I vote yes as well, reluctantly,
Same.
on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah.
You know, the thing
You're gonna
that,
be our case study.
the thing that bothers me is the safety piece. I mean, they're
Yeah,
hanging
I
right
think
over the house.
you guys will
Right?
see these large amounts of it. This is a case where there's individual trees that are clearly diseased. I think some people may try to take advantage of it, of these areas in the bank, and I suggest, if there's areas where it's clearly, needs removal, that proper mitigation be done, and I think there are ways to do that, but it's an unprecedented disease, and if anybody's interested, there's lots of stuff on YouTube on it, and there's,
One of the things I'm interested in would be some data on how many beech trees are being removed. Is that something UMass is tracking?
it's a great question. This is kind of a specific project that I took on. I'm happy to try to look that up, especially whereas
Something like that?
if it becomes a bigger project and more come in, I'm happy to kind of give my 2 cents on what's happening and what's the latest on it.
It doesn't seem to be getting any better, so I'm
Yeah.
assuming we're gonna see more and more of it.
Yes.
I get
All right.
weekly phone calls for inspections at properties.
You do?
Weekly.
Every day,
Yes,
almost every day.
Really?
All the time. I go to all the properties, do inspections.
Yep.
Last year, my comment was to hold off for any work on the trees, because we just didn't know.
Yeah?
This year, I have only given approval for, administrative approval for literally, I think, 2 trees that were 4 feet from the house.
Right, if it's
So-
that close,
So
I
that was a
get
little
it.
different story, but this is coming up the pipe. That's the bottom line.
You're gonna see a lot more, There's no doubt.
Okay,
Well, and
thank
I-
you.
Yeah, thank you.
you.
I
Thank you
think,
very much.
Thank you.
I think on town land, you're gonna be faced with it. The Upper Quashnet
When the
is
town does
riddled
what,
with beech
Alex?
trees.
Pickerel Cove.
T-
Yeah.
Town land
Oh, townland, yeah.
and conservation lands, and what do we do as a management strategy there? Like, it needs to be thought out and some advice given.
This is one of those situations where we can get the experts to come in and give us a 45-minute
Moving on.
educational thing. Huh? Yeah.
Now calling the 6:45 hearing for 87 Lighthouse Lane. Barbara Paciello and Barbara Paciello Life Estate, proposed construction of Farmer's Porch addition. Representative is Lockwood Architects LLC. This is an RDA. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Bill Lockwood, Lockwood Architects. Find my space here. What we're proposing is to construct a farmer's porch on the west side of an existing house on Lighthouse Lane. Be 232 square feet. There will be some mitigation planting to the north side of the property. The 4 piers will be dug to support the addition. In the back of the packet is an architectural plan of what the farmer's porch will look like. Also in the packet is a mitigation plan, which I see some of you have open. On the back side, stapled to it, are species sheets. And additionally is a survey plan from Falmouth Engineering that shows which is what's shown up on the screen at
I'm
this
sorry,
point.
could you speak up just a little bit? I'm having difficulty.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, well, yeah, there's the Falmouth Engineering plan currently on the screen, showing the position of the existing structure and the proposed farmer's porch on the property. This property was subject to a notice of intent for the pier, which has recently been constructed, so that it has been under some scrutiny prior to this event. I'll try to respond to any questions that the committee might have.
Okay, thank you. Questions from commissioners?
I'm all set, Paul. It's, pretty straightforward project.
Yeah.
Mitigation, on the, between the house and the Jack Bond Terrace and towards the Shoestring Bay side, so I think,
Yeah.
it's like,
My only comment would be that the mitigation plantings are all like very small. Like they're low growing. Drew, typically don't we have like a little bit hard, like, I don't know, more shrubs?
We can certainly work to get some more.
I feel like we typically don't just do grasses and ferns and asters and weeds, like butterfly weed, like that isn't, there's one shad bush. Like there's not, it's not the most robust planting plan I've ever seen. If we could have it be less of a garden and more of like a buffer, I would be fine with it, but
Okay, we can do that.
thanks.
Other questions or comments? No? From the public, anybody would like to question or comment on this proposal? Nobody? Anything further that you'd like to add?
No.
Seems good.
But we can work with we're gonna work with you to make the mitigation a little more robust and incorporate some woody shrubs and maybe a couple smaller
I
trees.
think we can work with the species mix.
Yeah, it's mostly
it-
herbaceous, so we always like to get like a clustered mix of, various strata of vegetation in
Sure.
any mitigation scenario.
Right now, it's replacing pretty patchy yard,
Right.
and,
Yeah.
which is bunched, and it's pushed up against the existing tree line, so.
Right.
But we're happy to work with you in whatever
Great.
respect.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I'd accept the motion.
Chair, make a motion for a negative determination for 87 Lighthouse Lane with the condition to work with staff on a more robust planting mitigation plan.
Okay,
And I'll second that.
second. Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion by commissioners? Hearing none, I'll take a vote. Alex?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes,
Sandy?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion carries.
that was so fast. Nicely done.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Good evening.
Shortage of any questions left lingering. Nice.
We're on a roll. Let's keep it going.
Yeah,
I can be optimistic.
like a nice hand in poker.
Now calling the 6:48 hearing for 86 Lakewood Drive. Susan Poinatowski, trustee, Walkinshaw and Poinatowski Trust. Proposed extension of existing permitted seasonal dock on Mashpee Pond. Representative is Cape and Islands Engineering. This is a notice of intent, DEP file number 433293. Good evening.
Good evening, Mark Dibb with Cape and Islands Engineering on behalf of the Ponytoskis at 86 Lakewood. Tonight we filed a notice of intent for the extension of an existing approved seasonal pier at the property.
That image doesn't help you at all?
So just quickly review the site and resource areas and go through the proposal. It's an existing single-family lot with Lakewood Drive to the east, Wakeby Pond to the west, and two residents to the north and south. There is an existing notice of intent for the renovation or reconstruction of the house on the site. There currently, or recently, was some restoration performed on the site, but the project tonight is to add, or there's an existing aluminum seasonal dock pier with graded decking that was approved within the house order of conditions. Basically, what we're proposing to do is add two more sections, 4x8 aluminum sections, as well as a 6x6 square section, kind of resulting in a 10x6 terminal end, which is 60 square feet. These platforms basically have feet on them. They get put in and out annually by hand, and they're just basically looking to get a little more distance out into the water. I do know we received a comment or a email from the harbor master just stating he didn't have any concerns, and we just feel that this does meet the performance standards for both the Wetlands Protection Act and Mashpee regulations, and we believe it is worthy of a notice of intent. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mark. Questions, comments?
I just had a question. Last time that you were here, is this the one that pulls up, goes away for the winter?
Yes.
Comes back, and you're all set on storage? Where you
It has been.
Somebody asked where you're gonna keep it.
I may not have presented the previous project. It has been being kept right below that existing stone wall. I think there's a wide enough, flat enough area, but we'd be up to changes to that if it's not suitable by the
It's just
commission.
sort of big and bulky, I was curious.
They can basically pile them up there. I'm not sure if.
Yeah, this section of Wakeby Mashpee has an actual concrete revetment wall. What, 3 feet tall, 2 feet tall, something like that?
Yeah, I think it's about.
So that's where usually I see.
That's where they're usually kept?
Yeah, it's like a kind of
I was
gravelly,
just
rocky
curious 'cause I didn't
shoreline
know.
between
Yeah.
the wall and the water. That's probably enough room to stack them right there on the
How many pieces?
beach.
Three?
Between the wall and the
You can see
water?
it, you can
Yeah.
actually see it right here on their standing dock. It's literally strapped, all the sections are strapped to that dock currently, on
It'd be
top of it.
stacked
And
on
that's the
top of
total width?
The
So, yeah,
platform.
yeah, they're all the
Oh.
same width, so.
And is that what it is, 3 pieces? Basically?
No, it's, I think the already approved was, out to 40 feet plus a ramp, so 5 station.
sections?
5 8-foot sections.
8-foot sections.
And then there's 2 more being proposed as well as the square section, so, 9 total, something like that. Let me count up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, including the square piece. 3 additional of what was previously.
Enforcement been dealt with?
Yes, they submitted the signed contract today.
Okay.
Yep.
Mark, why is this needed? Why wasn't, is it just to get to deeper water? It's not, it's a pond, so the levels don't change. Why?
Yeah, our client was trying to get to deeper water as well as add the 6x6 area, just to have a larger terminal end.
Well, the water depth's pretty similar.
Right.
It is.
You got 4.2 back at the third section, 4.7 at the new section, so.
Right. So I was wondering.
Any other questions from commissioners? Nothing?
What is the total square footage of structure over water?
9 sections, 40 feet, right?
4 sections, 4 by 8.
What are they, 4 feet wide?
Yep, they're 4 by 8 times.
4 by 8, yeah.
32 square feet per section.
Yep,
Yeah,
for 8
so
sections.
8 sections.
Plus the 36.
Because how big do we typically allow?
It's 292 total over the water. with a terminal end being, I think your real restriction is a 200 square foot limit on the float or
Yeah.
end, which we have 36 and I think I had to calculate, it's 60 square feet. When you include even that 6-foot portion of the 8-foot
Right.
piece.
Okay,
32 and 36, so it's minimal.
right, okay.
Nothing further? We're good? Go out to the audience for any questions or concerns, comments? Hearing none? Anything further you want to add?
Yeah, just a couple of suggested conditions. So this is rare species habitat, and I don't know, Mark, if you've received anything yet from Natural Heritage. We haven't on our end, but
We looked it up today. It's under review. We did submit. We did, the previous sections did have a letter. It was a no take, but we are waiting for a final answer.
all right. Yeah, I would probably anticipate the same thing, but if the commission were to close an issue, the conditions would be that any conditions from Natural Heritage will be incorporated into a local order. No off-season storage of seasonal dock components, boats or kayaks, or any other associated materials on the inland bank or over any existing vegetation within wetlands jurisdiction at any time. And I don't know if this is possible or not. You mentioned the grading before, Mark. I believe these are similar to, like, it's not the composite grading that's on the deck, on the, as far as the decking on the seasonal pier. It's metal, aluminum boards, basically the equivalent of lumber boards. Is there a way to have the last sections have that through flow grading? I don't know if she selected a particular, I know you included some specs, you know, in the notice, as far as like the manufacturer specs, and they show the same kind of 3/4 inch spacing between the planks, if you will, aluminum planks. But I've seen freshwater docks that have that composite grading that allows for 50% sunlight penetration, so.
It is spec'd on our pier section.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know,
Okay.
we'll assume
We just want to make
those will
sure
be
that that's the
available.
case. That those sections do have that through flow grading. And as it currently stands right now, so they did submit the contract for the enforcement. All the plantings are in place. They're being irrigated. Looks good. But they submitted the contract for 3-year monitoring of mitigation with Clipper Landscaping. And I did notice that, and we'll let the homeowner know, that there's currently, and there was a photo of it, there's currently a boat that's stored on the bank and dock sections on the bank. Those need to be removed immediately. I don't care where they put them, but they're not staying where they are. So that needs to happen right away. I mean, they're right in the area where mitigation plantings were recently put in, so there's no reason for those objects to remain there. They need to be removed. And whatever creative way they can figure out to store them where it doesn't go over vegetation, that's what they need to do. No other comments?
Okay. I'd accept a motion.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion for 86 Lakewood Drive for closing issue with the following conditions. Any conditions from Natural Heritage to be incorporated into these order conditions. No off-season storage of seasonal dock components, boats, kayaks, or other associated materials on the inland bank or over any existing vegetation within wetlands jurisdiction at any time. Existing boats and dock sections and materials to be removed immediately. And dock grading must be allowed for 50% sunlight penetration.
Okay,
I'll second.
motion made and seconded. Alex. Deliberations, anything?
Good.
So we would hold the order if approved until we hear from Natural Heritage.
Yeah, hopefully they would get it, and we don't want to run afoul of the 21 days. So we do have to issue it within 21 days if we
Right.
don't, but we would just simply You could even have the applicant come back and seek an amendment to put those specific conditions into the order.
Right.
Can we put language in that says, can we condition it to say any conditions from natural heritage apply?
Yes, I mean, it would be preferable to write those conditions directly into the order rather than referring to them, but either way, you know, that's what we've done, just to avoid running afoul of the 21-day statute. We just, you know, it would just be good because I don't, you know, I wouldn't have the date of the letter, I wouldn't have any way to reference it specifically if we haven't received it yet and we have to get the orders out within 21 days. So my best guess, though, is that because they issued a no-take letter for the existing portion, that's probably going to be the case here, so it might be a moot point. But I just like to have actual reference, like a date of the letter, something to tie it to, so that we can, you know, be accurate with record keeping.
Yeah.
So that, but that is a way, you could just have them do a quick, either administrative, you know, approval or something, just something to go into the record of the filing to say, these are the conditions that are being accompanied, you know, for this project, so.
Yeah, maybe, could you do a condition saying pending administrative approval upon receipt of?
Yeah, or approval by the commission or something to that effect.
Just don't wanna have to come back in front of us.
Yeah.
Mark, what was the date that
Honestly.
you filed with Natural Heritage?
I think it was like 5/31, if that makes sense. It was probably the same day we filed the,
They're supposed to have 30 days.
30 days.
Yeah.
so they-
so.
Yeah.
It should be coming,
In 2 weeks.
yeah. Okay,
thing-
nothing else?
Yeah, no, that's
Take a
good.
roll call vote. Alex?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. Motion carries. Now calling the
Okay, last two are good.
6:51 hearing for 50 Pimlico Road. Edward Painter, proposed installation and maintenance of a seasonal dock and reconstruction of steps and wooden landing. Representative Cape and Islands Engineering. This is a notice of intent. File number 433294. Good evening, sir. I remember your name, but I need it for the record.
Good evening again, Mark Dibb with Cape and Islands Engineering, on behalf of the applicant Elizabeth and Edward Painter for 50 Pimlico Pond Road. This is a similar project to the last one. It's an existing single-family home lot on Pimlico Pond Road with the water body Wakeby Pond on the south. Again, same resource areas and inland bank, the edge of water. The proposed project on this one consists of, there's an existing wood steps and landings that's been there quite a while. There is an existing license for those. Those will be just replaced exactly in kind, standard timber construction on those, replacing those. And then at the, once you get down to the end of those existing stairs, there'll be these same aluminum seasonal structures. If you look at there's a detail plan on this one, it'll come down to 2 4x4 sections, or either 2 square sections or just 1 4x8, which will move around an existing tree. And then there'll be 4x8s, 3 4x8 sections getting out to the water. There is also, on this one, you'll see there's some dashed lines in white. There is a previously approved seasonal pier here. So those 3 4x8s will get out into the water, which is essentially the end of the existing seasonal pier. And then on this one, there'll be 3 additional I think there's 3 additional 6x8 platform sections, which total up to 144 square feet, to just create a standing area as well as get out to the depths they're looking for, as well as an access ladder down to the water on that one side of the end. Again, these are those aluminum sections We again did spec the flow-through composite or aluminum grate for light penetration. There's a pier profile that shows how far out these are going. And as well, we do not have an answer from Natural Heritage. It was filed again about the same time as the original proposed submittal. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Questions?
Mark, on the existing stairway to be rebuilt, this is replaced in kind. So, are they proposing sonotube footings underneath the posts? And I didn't see any erosion control for, if that's gonna be proposed for digging.
There was mention of erosion control in the narrative. I apologize, I took over for this job at the last minute for someone who couldn't make it tonight. We could definitely provide erosion control in the areas of disturbed ground to replace those stairs.
Yeah, it's pretty steep site.
Yeah,
Like a 16, 18-foot drop.
I
there.
don't
Yeah.
believe these could be installed without sonotubes, just a deep enough post, so to limit disturbance. But I could,
No, I don't know if that meets building code compliance, if just putting a post into the ground. Maybe that's what's saying now, but.
usually we just post just deep enough for the site conditions on a stairway like this versus sonotubes all the way down.
You could make it a condition of approval.
To.
It has to meet building code
Meet building
and
code
erosion
compliance.
control.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
6, 7, 14 altogether? Other questions? Nothing? Good. Questions from the audience? Hearing none? Do any last comments you'd like to add?
Just briefly, Natural Heritage will be incorporated into a local order if we don't receive the letter within 21 days. We should receive it within 21 days, but no off-season storage of dock components, boats, kayaks, or any other associated materials, very similar to the last application. Dock grading must allow a minimum of 50% sunlight penetration to the underlying sediments. Harbor master, no concerns. Shellfish, no concerns. 144 square foot platform size is below the threshold of 200 square feet for platforms / floats. You usually see platforms on freshwater docks as opposed to floats, so,
Yeah.
but the same threshold applies for either type of structure. No other comments?
Okay, thank you.
I do have a follow-up question.
Sure.
Mark, I'm looking at the photographs and I see a bunch of concrete blocks just sitting there, and there's another concrete block, looks like it's on the edge of the lake. So, when you look at the photographs that you provided in your narrative,
You could make a condition, any loose storage of material needs to be removed. We'd be happy to. It may have already been removed, but
Removal of concrete debris, et cetera, at the
and
bottom of the
construction
bank.
materials,
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we can do that. We can add that as a condition.
Anything else? No? We're good? I'd accept a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, make a motion for 50 Pimlico Pond Road for closing issue with the following conditions. Any conditions from Natural Heritage to be incorporated into the local order conditions. No off-season storage of seasonal dock components, boats, kayaks, or any other associated materials on the inland bank or over any existing vegetation within wetlands jurisdiction at any time. Dock grading must allow for a minimum of 50% sunlight penetration to the subsurface underneath. and that all construction on the stairway and walkway to meet building code compliance and provide erosion control. And then any loose construction materials or loose debris to be removed.
Second.
Second by Alex. Okay, motion made and seconded. Any further discussions from commissioners? Hearing none, roll call vote. Alex?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes, sir.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Motion carries. Thank you, Mark. Concrete blocks.
Yeah, there's a whole pile of them there when you look at the photographs. What the hell were they there for?
Probably a redneck retaining wall.
I like that.
They're pretty common around the pond.
Yeah.
Could be homemade moorings.
Homemade moorings is what
Yeah.
I was picturing.
Oh, yeah,
That'd be
true.
my
That's probably,
guess.
that's actually probably what it is. Yeah.
Sure. Now calling the 651 hearing for 71 People Road, Stephen K. and Allison E. Kayer. Proposed installation of temporary water and septic lines to an existing cottage. Proposed demolition of existing cottage upon future abandonment with stabilization of disturbed areas using a native grass seed mix. Representative is Strong T Engineering. This is a notice of intent, file number 433295. Do we?
Good evening. My name is Sam Hess. I'm a wetland scientist with Strong Tree Engineering. I'm obviously calling in virtual for this. I'm representing the applicant, Stephen Kayer. I think Stephen might also be in attendance in person tonight. I'm not sure.
Stephen, you here?
Yes, he's here.
Great. So, so some site background. It's a the parcel's about a 5 1/4 acre lot. It has the existing dwelling, which is the 3-bedroom cottage. The cottage is proposed to be demolished and removed. It has frontage on Johns Pond. Resource areas on the property include inland bank on Johns Pond, as well as a BVW, which is a palestrine swamp. It's a shrub swamp on the south end, and then more kind of forested north. The proposed project I think it's a little unusual, but there's 2 proposed dwellings to be constructed on the north side of the property. You can see that on the proposed site plan, obviously well outside jurisdiction of conservation. But as part of that, the cottage will need to be, there's also a septic system being installed. The cottage will need to be hooked up to that septic system to make it habitable, while the rest of the construction is taking place on the property. And additionally, the water easement that's within the 150 buffer zone to the BVW, there's going to be a water line connection to the new dwellings on the north side of the property. So there's going to be some minor temporary utility work happening within the 150-foot buffer zone to the BVW. I believe the water line is about 350 square feet total impacts from the 150, and the septic is a total of about approximately 240 square feet within the 150 to the BVW. Cottage is 1,242 square feet. So that is going to be obviously an impervious, existing impervious impact that will be fully removed, including appurtenances and walkways, things like that. The gravel driveway that goes down to the existing cottage, that will remain. And there will be a grass stabilization planting where the former cottage was located. It'll exist as basically a lawn area. And then the other proposed element of the project is to the north of the cottage. There's an approximately 1,800 square foot patch of woods on that hill that the applicant is proposing to clear to make kind of a backyard for the new dwelling that will be constructed on the property. that's kind of the basic proposed plan at this point as it pertains to areas that are under the jurisdiction of, Mass Wetlands and Mashpee Conservation. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions from commissioners?
So let me just ask, the order of business is, the narrative says that the house to be built or houses to be built have already been approved by, is it BOH that approves those, or?
Would be the building department and septic, the Board of Health. but the
Yeah,
hu-
so
the
there
hu-
was,
yeah.
our professional engineer, Justin Lamoureux, attended all the Board of Health hearings, and I believe that has been approved for the septic. There is an ongoing ZBA review happening.
And how
Of
many
the,
dwellings are gonna be on here? 2?
At the end of the entire project, there will be one main dwelling with a like auxiliary kind of apartment building, separate from that building, quite a bit north on the property towards Hoop Hole Road.
Okay.
And the cottage will be completely removed.
So what's there now is gonna be removed and,
Yeah.
Yes. And obviously, the order that this will happen is the septic will be hooked up to the cottage, to the new septic system once it's installed. That will be first. It's approximately 3 foot wide by 5 foot deep at the most trench, and it's 80 feet approximately long within the 150 buffer zone. Then that will make the cottage inhabitable, and then the construction of the 2 other buildings on the property will commence. Once they are finalized and done and, people can move in, the cottage will then be demolished and removed, and obviously the septic will be disconnected at that point. And then sometime during the construction of those 2 other dwellings, the water will be hooked up from the water easement that is within the 150 buffer zone to the BBW. And I'm not sure the timeline for the proposed tree clearing. I would assume that's also happening kind of concurrently during all this. But yeah, I mean, you end up with a negative impervious impact of 1,242 square feet within the naturally vegetated buffer strip. But then we do have obviously new impacts in about an 1,800 square foot tree clearing that is going to be within the 150 buffer zone.
So where's the tree clearing being proposed?
So if you go look at see the 4-bedroom dwelling?
Yeah.
And then directly south of it, you can see it's light gray, the existing tree line as it is now.
Okay.
And the proposed arc black outlines will be the new tree line. So that whole tree line basically south of the 4-bedroom dwelling all the way down to the lawn that's existing north of the existing 3-bedroom cottage will be cleared to make a backyard of sorts.
Okay, it's not very clear on the plan.
no.
No. Yeah, it's not even delineated. That's why I asked the question. Okay. I think we need the plan to be revised to delineate, say, okay, what are the, number of trees, and what are the species coming out, sizes, like, all the typical stuff that we typically ask for, right?
And then,
Clearing all the way down?
Yeah, we get to talk, if you don't mind. Okay, so.
You don't mean to disagree with an engineer, but
Okay, what's your name?
Stephen
Brian
Kayer.
Anderson, Stephen Kayer. He has no plans to clear from the cottage to the dwelling he's putting in.
No,
The
we're-
trees that are there are staying.
Yeah, we're not cutting any trees after the 150 is where we'd only cut the trees where that new home will be going, right there. Everything's gonna be out of the 150.
Okay.
what are you putting back when you take out the cottage, where it's.
We were gonna do a native grass, just because there's, like, have you been there yet? There's a bunch of trees, like, all around that house, a ton. So we figured native grass would be ideal.
And that was obviously a miscommunication with, from our engineer, so. Yeah, no trees will be removed in the 150 buffer zone.
I think the mistake was where the trench goes up for the septic system, there's one huge dead tree that has to come down to put that trench in. It's been dead for probably 10 or 15 years.
Okay.
So I don't see the description of the septic here. So there's a four-bedroom home and a three-bedroom cottage?
4-bedroom home will be built. In the future, a 2-bedroom accessory apartment that was approved last October would be built. He's building the septic system now to accommodate it in the future.
And has that already been approved?
No, my understanding is that goes before the
Board of Health?
the septic system has been approved,
The
yes.
septic system has been
Yes.
approved?
The accessory use apartment goes to the building inspector, I believe.
Okay. So one septic system to handle all three dwellings, there are three?
No, the cottage, so the cottage will only temporarily be hooked up to the septic. By the time the 2 other new dwellings are constructed, the cottage will no longer be needing the services of the septic system.
And
So it'll
what-
only be the 2 new dwellings.
One of which is like an ADU, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the
So,
cottage- the
so then-
cottage will-
then what happens to the cottage?
The cottage will
coming
be
down?
removed.
Demolished.
It'll be removed before the new home is built,
Okay.
yeah.
Does the septic have to be 300 feet away?
Is there a grandfather
It-
there?
it-
in?
it-
Water line from the road, right?
Yeah, it has to be, yeah, I'm not sure.
4 bedrooms plus 2 in the ADU?
Typically require that now, so I'm.
So that's
surprised
6
it's not.
bedrooms altogether.
It's a fast flow, IA, so
But does it qualify under the grandfather thing? Am I remembering that accurately, Drew?
I don't know what,
To go to 6?
They got 5 acres.
A very,
5 acres.
So 5
it's 5
acres.
acres.
5-acre
Yeah,
lot.
lots-
Oh, it is?
Lot's
Yeah.
extremely big.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's just outside the 150-foot buffer zone, as is the new home.
I thought they had a 300 foot.
So there are all kinds of overlapping.
300.
yeah, I mean, the idea in this is they were removing the home, the dwelling within the buffer zone, getting everything out of the buffer zone,
Okay,
and then
moving it back.
moving it back and then just
But I thought
stabilizing that area where the house was.
And the threshold is because it's 5 acres, so
Yeah, that
the
gets,
formula works.
yeah, that gets in the Board of Health, so I couldn't tell you.
Well, I know.
Yeah, yeah. No, I just don't know.
I'm just sort of anal, as you know, about.
No, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
No pun intended, but,
Jesus.
I'm sorry, I'm just, it's
It's
late.
so late, I don't blame
It's
you.
late.
I don't blame you.
Apologies.
Other questions? No? Sandy, all set? Okay. Questions from people in the audience? Do we have anything you want to add?
Yeah, so we do have a standard, I know that you're proposing to put in lawn for when the cottage gets removed. But we do have a standard for all areas that are within wetlands jurisdiction, which includes the 150-foot buffer zone that can't exceed 10% of that area with lawn. So you may have to come up with something else. I don't know what the percentage coverage of existing lawn is there. That information hasn't been provided. But if you're adding additional lawn on top of that to occupy the footprint of that cottage, it could shoot it way up over 10%. It's 10% of the area of wetlands jurisdiction, not the entire lot. So that calculation needs to be figured out. As far as.
Just to be clear, that 10% includes the 150 buffer as well as the rest of all existing, like, actual wetland resource areas on the property, like including the BVW and section of inland bank.
That's
All that
cor-
together would be that entire
Yeah,
area?
all of wetland jurisdiction, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, we can definitely provide that calculation. I think, if you're looking at this overhead, right, the size of the cottage being 1,242 square feet, and then you're looking at the entire jurisdiction of this, of 150, and then all the way back to the entire southeast, southwest property bounds. I think we could, definitely say that's going to be less than the new, 10%, but we can definitely provide those calculations that shows that.
Okay. I would recommend that there be something else besides grass put in there, even though it's a harmony mix. I think mitigation would be better, like native plantings, rather than just more grass. I mean, grass is great, you're removing impervious structure and you're putting in grass, which allows for drainage and water recharge, but it does nothing for habitat. So I would recommend that there be some form of mitigation other than just grass to fill in that footprint of the cottage. I think that's not really making any sort of benefit as far as enhancing wetland buffer. It's just creating new lawn area. So,
Yeah, there's not much lawn there, so that was a small opportunity to have a tiny lawn on a 5-acre property.
It was a good thought.
not gonna have any lawn in the upper areas outside of jurisdiction?
Yeah, maybe a tiny bit, but, just there's so many trees on the property and so much, so thick, so thick.
The
I
part
think,
of the
I
lot
think
that
if you're gonna create lawn on a lot this size, you got a lot of opportunity to do it outside of wetlands jurisdiction. Ample opportunity to do it outside of wetlands jurisdiction. So, that's just my suggestion that, I just don't really see any benefit in occupying the footprint of an abandoned cottage with just more grass in terms of habitat value or enhancing the naturally vegetated buffer between the cottage and the water.
So this would this be subject to the tree bylaw?
Not within, we always,
'Cause
we would
there-
have to get a letter of exemption from the town planner because that was part of the tree bylaw, is that Concom, decision-making is exempt from the tree bylaw. But any areas outside of jurisdiction, if they're gonna clear trees, that would fall under the tree bylaw.
So the clearing that they'll have, when they clear for the house, that will be subject to
Yeah.
the tree bylaw.
It
So
would,
I'm wondering if they have to plant any replacement trees, if they can go in the area of where they're removing
That's true, yeah,
the
yeah.
cottage.
None of the septic or house will be within the tree lot.
Yeah.
None of the trees taken down will be within the tree lot.
I don't understand. What do you
The tree lot, as defined by town meeting, was setback from your sidelines and the setback from your road.
I see.
None of the
I see.
clearing for the house or the septic system are in the tree lot.
Okay. Yeah, I
And-
haven't studied it.
They were planning to have basically a deck on the back of their house or patio area, and that's where their lawn would be. That's why they wanted lawn there. And if you see the part of the lot that isn't showing, there's a lot of land that they're leaving natural in the wetland area for habitat on a 5-acre parcel, probably an acre and a half of habitat. And there are a lot of animals there, including a brand-new fawn that's there regularly.
Aw. Was that to make us go, aw?
Well, and the turkeys.
So that photo on the upper right, that's existing lawn between the cottage to be demolished and the pond, that's what that area is?
Yes, there's a
Yeah.
pond and a sandy beach.
And when you take out the cottage, you want additional lawn beyond that?
Just to the edge of the tree line.
Just to the cottage, yeah.
Right. I mean, that looks like a pretty ample area of lawn. That's what I would suggest, if it's up to the commission, that, maybe you could do some elimination of lawn closest to the buffer, the natural buffer between that lawn area and the pond, and then supplement and then put in the harmony mix where the house footprint is. Because that's where, it's most important to enhance the buffer. near the native vegetation on the lot that separates lawn areas from the actual shoreline of the pond. Not saying that you would want to seal up access to the pond, but that would be an ample opportunity to provide mitigation. And then you could replace the footprint of the demolished cottage with lawn further back, if that makes sense.
Yep.
So if the commission's comfortable, they could work with staff to figure that out.
Yep.
But I think it's warrants, just, there's an opportunity here to provide some further enhancement to that naturally vegetated buffer strip while accommodating lawn, space for, where the cottage used to be. That would be my suggestion.
Straight downhill slope all the way.
Yeah.
I think it's a good suggestion. Would we make that one of the conditions?
Conditions of
Yeah.
a motion, yeah.
Okay. Nothing else? We're good?
Yep.
All right, I'd accept a motion.
Mr. Chairman, make a motion for close an issue for 71 Hoop Hole Road with the condition that a planting plan be provided to show native vegetation, not lawn, between the cottage to be removed and the pond, and to work with staff on the details of that. Drew, do we need a filing deadline or anything for 21 days or to provide that plan?
We can
or-
just make it, that the plan, we can make the condition the plan has to be submitted before any signing off of a building permit. Because they can need
Or
that
like
for
the demo
demolition.
permit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, so we'll add that in.
Anything else?
I think
And are we good with
that's-
this 10% of the area? Do we know?
I think based on the area of jurisdiction, I'm sure he's right, with that
Yeah.
estimate, that it's below 10%.
Okay.
They're gonna be enhancing the wetland buffer then.
Yeah, and that would eliminate even more lawn, so yeah, I'm comfortable with that. Yeah.
Is there a second?
Oh, I'll second.
What?
Did he make the motion?
Yes, he did.
Sorry, yeah.
You're a
I'll
little
second
slow
it.
on the uptake here, Alex.
It is so late.
Madam VP.
So second by Alex.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded.
Yes.
Any further discussion? Hearing none?
No?
Take a vote. Alex?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Nicely done,
Appreciate it.
gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
657,
Coming
130
into the home stretch.
Shore Drive West, Peter E. and Marie C. Broom. Request to extend an order of conditions, 0432526, Representative Woods Hole Group.
Extension permit request.
Right. Do we have, are they gonna present anything?
Well, this is for beach nourishment, which it's an eroding coastal bank out on Shore Drive West. A lot of those properties are experiencing similar problems, so they just
Yep.
want to have the ability to continue to nourish.
Okay.
Because that area is velocity zone. And so they just want to, I think this is their first extension request.
And is this 3 years?
Yes, they want 3 years. Yep, they're asking for 3 years.
So it's a 3 year.
Yep.
Any questions?
No. Make a motion to extend the order condition for 3 years for 130 Shore Drive West.
And I'll second.
Hold on a second. Steve. And who is Alex? Okay, motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Alex?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes, sir.
Sandy?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. The 7 o'clock hearing, 22 Little Neck Lane, Stuart J. and Leslie S. Frank, request to extend order of conditions, 0432973, Representative Cape and Islands Engineering.
So they had, in the request letter for the extension, they had said the project has been delayed. They didn't really elaborate on that. It is their first extension request. And the resource areas here are vegetated coastal bank bordered by salt marsh. And so given, that this was a recently issued permit, I don't think there's been any changes to those resource areas. And that would really typically be the primary consideration. If too much time has gone by, that a redelineation would be
Right.
necessary. So
Yeah.
I don't think it's that.
They are what they are.
Yeah.
And this is also 3 years?
This is also 3 years, correct? Yeah. It's for a stairway down the coastal bank.
Right.
There might have been running into money issues.
Contractor issues. yeah.
Contractor issues, yeah.
So they didn't
Price
have a
of lumber.
projected start time at all, or?
No, but it's a pretty small project.
Yeah.
It's, rebuilding of an existing stairway and trying to realign it to the dock, because right now it's misaligned with the dock. so.
Okay, make a motion for extension for 22 Little Neck Lane for 3 years.
Oh, no, second.
Motion by Steve, second by Alex. Any questions? None? Take a roll call vote. Alex?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So both of those are extended, 3 years.
Taylor from Newseabury Golf, he's been
Sure. Yeah. Let's get him next, sure. Okay, going to back up to our pre and post agenda items, and I'm going to come down to correspondence and communication. New Seabury Golf Course, Kevin Taylor, flooding issues with the cart path. Yeah, I saw that you sent me. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Taylor, representing the club at New Seabury.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm here tonight to discuss overflowing wetlands that we have on our golf course. As you can see in the pictures provided, this is on the 14th hole and the 15th hole of the ocean course. The center picture is a submerged cart path that we have not had access to since roughly January of this year. Due to not being able to get carts through, we've had to find an alternate route. Shown on the left-hand side is how the golfers are making their way to the 14th green. And on the right-hand side is how they make their way from the 15th tee out to the fairway. You can see the extreme loss of turf due to the excessive car traffic. We don't have a lot of options for getting carts and getting golfers through. If you look at the picture on the left, right to the left of the worn out area is another wetland. And then the picture on the right is the end of our property. So currently the situation with the bare soil, it's hard to tell in the pictures, but these areas are sloped and it's becoming dangerous when carts are traveling on them. So we're looking for a short-term solution to reduce the water in the wetlands so the cart path is accessible for the short term as we explore long-term plans to find alternate routing.
What is the short-term plan?
The short-term plan would be to pump water out of the wetlands so the cart path is accessible.
How often do you have to do that?
We've never had to do it before this year.
No, but what do you think? How, are you gonna pump it out once and you think it's gonna give you some
Yeah,
stability?
hopefully. I mean, the water is reducing. We're in a pretty good stretch of weather where I expect as we enter the summer months, just as evaporation, increases,
Yeah.
we're going to be able to get to the level. But right now, we've worn out the turf areas so bad that with the slope and when they are wet, it is becoming a hazard.
Yeah, yeah. And where are you gonna pump it to?
So we have, if you look at the picture, it is a little dark, it is a little hard to tell, but we do have a pond that's upland a little bit that we could pump into that. My fear pumping into that is that it is eventually gonna make its way back down to the wetland area. The other option would be to pump out to, there is a drainage at the rotary that we could pump out to.
I apologize if I missed it while I was out of the room, but how long of a path is this area that's getting flooded?
How long is the actual path that's underwater?
Yeah.
It probably started off as 50 yards or so. It's probably down to about 30 yards.
So I'm just thinking, like, when I have trails that flood, we'll put down like bog bridges, but I don't know if that would work for a.
So the edges of the cart path are eroding pretty bad. So there's a lot of trees that have been falling over during recent storms. As the trees fall over, they're uprooting the cart path itself. So the actual structure of the cart path is deteriorating pretty bad.
Yeah.
See it right here. This little grove of red maples, probably 3 or 4 of them when I was down there yesterday. It just ripped up all the concrete.
Yeah.
So Dan, that middle one, is that the actual cart path that's underwater, or is that one of the
Yes, this is the
alternative?
cart path that's underwater, so
Oh.
this was 2 days ago, I'm sorry. The water that's standing there right now, probably about 20 feet of a distance of
Long.
water right now.
And how deep is it?
It was a little deep. Yeah, it was a little deep. It was definitely over 6 inches, that's for certain. But as he said, it was way worse.
Yeah, it was way worse. It was over 2 feet at its worst point, and the water was well past the area of the cart path that has been ripped up. So it is going down, but it's still to a point where I don't think it's safe for carts to travel through it because they can't see the actual cart path underneath them.
It was extremely slippery too, just
Yes.
on foot. Extremely slippery, I will say that. Yeah, but the dirt path, as he said, that is.
Was it really extreme?
It was very slippery. The dirt path, is beyond sloped. That is extremely sloped. Like even walking on it, I just got off it and walked on the grass.
Oh, wow.
Because you can see the wear and tear from the golf carts already.
Yeah, and you can see I had Kevin install on that photo there, the silt fencing.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want the rain, because it is kind of sloped slightly towards the wetlands, so I didn't want there to be runoff. I understand why they had the path, because you couldn't go through almost 2 feet of water in the flooded cart path, but.
Could they put down like an erosion mat or something on the temporary path until they can?
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Professional structure.
Because pumping water out, I did allow just temporary pumping because they had available space to do that in the other wetland.
Yeah.
So getting water from this wetland to that wetland, pretty straightforward, but it wasn't enough, and the other wetlands started to fill up even more. So, yeah, I don't know, Kevin, have you explored anything like for the possibility of just kind of getting something in there, matting or erosion control or something to allow safe passage for cart paths? I mean, like you said, we're getting into the dry season. I don't know if the commission is open to allowing more water to be pumped out, but like you said, where's it gonna go, I don't think pumping into a storm drain is acceptable. It's either gotta go to another wetland or there's no pumping at all.
Either that,
It's a
you
wait
pump
and
that
see.
out by truck like you do with pools.
Could do that too.
That's crazy.
If that was an option, we need to know where it's going as well. 'Cause
Right,
this is not
that's
just
the thing,
pool
yeah.
water, this is muddy water.
Right, yeah, but I'm saying that's another option, getting it off-site.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and say, okay, where does it go? Because you mentioned about pumping into a storm drain to catch the wetland on the other side of the rotary.
Well, we do have a pond that we can
Yeah, there's
get
one
to.
further up, so if you look at
It's
this.
very much uphill though.
That's the one by the, up
But
by,
we can
up
reach it.
towards
We
the
have a
green
pretty
on the
good sized
15th green,
pump that,
right, yeah.
and a lot of
That's
hose.
cart path, and There's
Yeah.
the one they pumped
10
into
foot.
right there.
Okay.
So it's within distance of a pipe and, pumping
Yeah.
machine. It's pretty easy to do. It's just back when this was flooded even more,
That-
they reached max capacity pumping into this.
Exactly,
wetland, so-
right, yeah. I've hit golf balls into there.
So Drew, is this informational, or
Pumping is sustainable.
do they need permission?
Oh, yes.
We weren't sure. We tried to provide a temporary solution. It wasn't enough. And I've never encountered such a unique situation like this, so I advised him to come before you to kind of brainstorm and see what you guys would think would be a a solution here, because we don't really know. It's a very unique situation. Obviously, the long-term solution, get that cart path out of the middle of the wetland and figure out something else, because that's not sustainable anymore.
Right.
Whether it's a wooden bridge or something elevated, or doing something around that's more stable and permanent and won't lead to erosion and runoff from repeated cart path.
I agree, a bridge
cart
is
use.
probably the best long-term solution.
Yeah.
Why can't the temporary become the permanent?
What's
Right.
Why can't the temporary cart path just
Well,
become?
that's the other, that's the other alternative, is you could put down hard pack or
It
something.
is an
to-
option. That is where our irrigation main lines run right through. It's an option, but again, that would have to be elevated because those two wetlands, the wetland on the left
Yeah.
and the wetland where we have the erosion control,
You can see how
do
narrow
merge over as well.
There's a wetland there,
Right,
here, and
right.
that's the
And do you have
cart
any
path temporary ones right
projections
between the two
at
of them.
all on how long it would take to get a plan? Or,
Building a bridge.
It's tough right now. I mean, our club is up for sale right now, so it's tough getting those finances secured at the moment.
absolutely, especially for a job like this, I can
Yeah.
imagine. Yeah.
So,
All right.
But there is,
Take a-
even if we can get the cart path over to the left, we will still have issues with the
sold.
15th tee. I don't think there's actually enough room between our property and the wetland to get a cart path
What
on the
about-
left-hand side of the tee box.
What about the other side, where you currently have, the opposite side of where you have the temporary path? Has that been explored?
That's the area that I'm talking about. I think we have even less room there
Less room there?
to get a cart path in.
I'm gonna pull up.
Did I read somewhere where you were thinking about a bridge?
That was just mentioned,
Yeah,
correct.
and that bridge would be like a permanent solution, and would that be the existing cart path right down the middle?
We think that would be the best spot for it, correct. But we haven't explored that option fully yet, so
Yeah.
those are plans that we need to put together still.
Well, it's a asphalt path right now.
Yeah.
So if you do a bridge, the wetlands stay intact, you're just driving your
Just have piles.
piles
Yeah.
into the
Yeah.
wetland.
And if they did a bridge, it wouldn't be the worst, because they have to remove the concrete anyway, so there would already be a disturbance, there would already be some sort of piece of machinery in there. So, it'd be time sensitive for the year as well, but they would have to remove the concrete, so a bridge could be a possibility if they had to do something.
Well, a pump
here
truck
we
is the least intrusive, but then you gotta figure out where it's
So this
going.
is the
So
wetland right
temporary
here.
pump, permanent,
I think
path.
temporary just
Or bridge.
stabilize the path around the side. I
Could be
don't
that too.
I don't feel like pumping is not sustainable.
Yeah.
Pumping water out of a wetland, like, I mean,
Well,
we
it
have
looks
so
like a
many,
swale now, doesn't it?
we just have so many rain events that
Right.
I don't see how that's.
Yeah, it's gonna be a perpetual thing. I mean,
Yeah.
I think for an extended short-term solution, because I know you guys haven't even really begun to explore a long-term solution yet, but, having some kind of like hard pack material underneath the current pathway out and around is probably your best solution right now. Unless the commission, deems it acceptable to pump the water out. It's really there.
But even hard pack is hard because you're bringing in all this material in between two wetlands.
Yeah, I don't know what else to do. I mean,
Like,
Well, for
what
the
about
short
like,
term-
for like the beaches, they have those like mats.
like the
that-
Moby mats or something?
That you can like put down, you can
Right.
stake them down so
Yeah.
that there's traction and it
Yeah, they
keeps
do.
everything under it.
Yeah.
Where
It
for
like-
the
still is a
short-term-
pretty severe slope to be traveling on repetitively. I mean, the slope where we have to go around, I think there was a picture of it, but yes, that slope, it's hard to tell in the picture, but it is a quite severe slope. It's
Yeah.
extremely,
It's
when you're
not
sitting
as
in
flat
golf
as it
course,
appears
it's
in that
extremely
photo.
uncomfortable.
You're like, "Ugh."
Oh, no, you could hear it when I was walking there. It was very busy, that day, so.
And this is your busy season coming up. It
Yes,
seems-
correct. And as we've gotten rains, the water level, you don't see it increasing with every rain event. I think we're still gaining on this, so just with the historical rains that we had all throughout last summer and then the winter and the spring, I think they all just accumulated to what we have now. But it is slowly going down. Our ideal solution, short-term solution, would be to be able to remove some water, and I think we wouldn't, unless we continue to have historical rains, I don't think it would encroach again on the cart path.
Would the commission be acceptable if pumping was done from this wetland to the adjacent wetland as opposed to down a storm drain or a pump truck? And
Oh, yeah.
that way you're
Yeah.
kind of, you're not really, you're keeping it kind of in the same general area.
And you can put it in the pond.
That's what I mean, yeah, taking it out of there and putting it into the one where he's got the cursor right now.
Yep, yeah.
It's a pretty small stretch. You can easily link the two with a pipe, a hose. There isn't much left. I don't think it would require a lot of more pumping, and we're heading into the dry season.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, they're gonna have to figure out a more permanent solution, because you can't,
Would
we're
it
gonna.
be sacrilegious to just abandon this hole?
Oh, my God, the whole hole?
Sorry. I just thought I would ask. I don't know. I'm not a golfer, but I
I think
mean,
you'd probably run into a pretty significant resistance over that.
Oh, gosh. It's a beautiful, beautiful
Are you,
course.
but-
It needs to have all 18.
I mean,
Doesn't it? I don't mean to speak for you.
all right. I mean, it doesn't seem like there ever should have been any structures or anything ever tampered with right there with the wetlands the way they are. So the fact that it is, like, and now that there's more water, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this golf course is
No,
built in
it's
1962.
Yeah.
It's been there since 1962.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah.
And now there's more water because with warming, there's more
Exactly.
water.
Yeah.
So
Well,
it's like,
that's why they have to come up with a long-term solution, but
So, but why don't we
short-term,
do-
I mean, I don't know if you can just rearrange a golf course,
We
It's
we
such a
do
small
have
amount of
several
water to be-
areas on the golf course that never held water, but with the construction of all the homes after the golf course, everything slopes straight down into the golf course.
Yeah.
So we are,
You're the
we're suffering
Yeah.
from other
So
projects.
why don't we do a short-term solution of pumping it out into the pond so that they can, I mean, part of this, I don't know if it's within our purview to consider this for homeowners and for property owners, but part of this is the use, applicability, and saleability of the whole golf course. And this is very, very, very unusual. I mean, it just seems, and I'm not a golfer, so this is not, under full disclosure, I have no vested interest in this, other than the fact that it's a great source of revenue to that particular area. And it's up for sale, it's got all these, it's got all these
I get you.
business concerns. And I am not uncomfortable with giving the permission to do a short-term pump while they're working on a long-term plan.
Yeah, I'd say that's the best way, like you said, Drew, just do a short-term pump and come up
And could we also have
with a long-term solution.
could there also be kind of like a unofficial set date, oh, sorry about that, microphone, in like September or August for an update or anything like that?
Absolutely.
Could that work? Okay.
Yeah.
and just be, I mean, it could be submitted written.
It could be submitted written, just so we have an update on record,
Sure.
whether it was successful or not, and then see where you're at with plans from there, and then whatever that is, then go from there. I just think that'd be a good course of action.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have a question about lot 39 and 43. Those are houses that are on those lots, right?
Yeah.
How much of that pond goes on to those properties, and
Right.
how much elevation increase are we gonna get in that
Oh,
pond?
that pond is well below, they're up on an embankment. If you could show the elevation contours,
Yeah,
you'll
probably
see there's
50
no
feet.
jeopardy
There's
of those
no-
houses.
okay.
They're
The
way,
houses
they're
are
elevated
way
way
up.
above that.
Just looking at a flat terrain.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
they're high up.
Perfectly valid
Yeah,
point,
they're
but they
high.
are raised up pretty significantly,
Contours, there we
yeah.
go.
That's why the pond's there.
This one takes a second.
Yeah, you can see,
Oh,
see
yeah.
the contour lines, it's
Oh,
up
there
on
you
it.
go.
That was a
There you
good
go.
question,
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
but-
Yeah, that does go up quite a bit, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're in no jeopardy with that pond being filled up.
Dan, can you zoom up towards the previous hole there a bit? Okay, so there's wetlands on the other side, the par 3 hole, there's wetlands there on the left too, right? Is that wetlands, or is that just wooded?
That's wetlands.
That's
Right.
wetlands too, okay.
Yeah.
So it's like
So you got, okay.
surrounded.
It's yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's essentially, as he said, with all these houses around it, this is essentially the drainage hole for everything.
Yeah.
So. You can see it from the contours too.
Okay.
But what we could do, if the commission finds it acceptable to do some temporary water pumping, we can just draft an administrative approval for that, for New Seabury Golf Course, if that's what you decide that you want to allow. And then, just have regular updates and, come next late fall, winter, when we start getting into the wet season again, something's gonna have to be figured out, and I would highly recommend starting that conversation with, the management right now, because
You go back there.
long-term water pumping is not an option.
All right, do we need a motion? Or,
Yeah, I just, for the record, we would appreciate a motion and, for administrative approval.
okay,
If that's what you're, okay with.
I think a motion would be
Yeah.
good if it's gonna be a continuing thing as well.
Yeah.
okay, so,
Steve, if you're
yeah.
willing to make a motion?
Sure, make a motion for short-term pumping to go from the wetland under consideration to the other wetland further south on the 15th fairway. And have an update. Do you guys need an update every 60 days?
Yeah.
From this point?
2 months would be good.
2 months? So every
Written update,
60?
Nothing before the commission.
Yeah.
Yeah, every-
Unless there's an issue, obviously, but
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if
but
we
just
get
wanna get
into,
on it right
if we
away,
get
right?
into some things like
I don't wanna
Southern
put
Florida's
words in
into right now, we
Yeah.
want to revisit it real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so an update every 60 days? And then come up with a long-term solution to remedy this situation?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Alex?
No.
Steve?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
I vote no as well. I'm not comfortable moving water from one wetland to another.
What are you uncomfortable with, Mr.
I'm
Chairman?
not comfortable moving water from one wetland to another.
Oh, there's not really any other choice, though.
I know. Well, there is. I
There
think, you could put the rubber mats down in that temporary pathway and just go with that, but the motion's been made and it's carried, so.
And then just real quick, would it be okay if they did a quick site inspection at any point?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
So we have access to go in and
Absolutely.
get heavy rainstorms. You're okay if I go up and walk around?
There you go.
I won't bring a golf club with me, I just walk.
Yeah, it's only about, what, a 30-yard walk, the 50-yard walk from the roadway?
Okay.
Greensward Road?
Yeah, it's right
It's a
there.
nice view from the roadway, too, I gotta say. It really
You
is.
consider getting
Nice.
those jacked up golf carts, that gets raised up and you can
Well,
go
mine
through
is
like
elevated,
3 feet of
so-
water, no problem.
Yeah, if everyone's was like mine, they can
Fat
get
tires, just,
Okay.
Thank you.
there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks for hanging out for 4 hours.
I think there's someone here, Mr. Chairman, that wants to comment on a regulation.
I'm going to get to that in a minute. I just
Oh, I'm
want-
sorry.
While we're on communication and correspondence, I just as soon finish that up.
Oh, okay.
We have a June 20th DEP on-site appointment for superseding order of conditions, 11 a.m. at 84 Punkhorn Point. Is anybody interested in attending that? I can't go to that. I'm going to be off Cape on June 20th.
I can't either.
I'll be there.
You're going to be there?
I wasn't here for that. I don't
yeah, Alex, you weren't part of the,
I wasn't either, but
you weren't, I thought you were.
When is that?
84,
June 20th.
Oh, that was April
Oh, I
4th.
can't.
April 4th. That was
This
one
is
of
on
the
June
years.
20th. This was an outdoor
I watched
kitchen
it, but
and some invasive control with a putting green that they didn't get the green for. It's being appealed and then on site for a superseding.
Oh,
So, yeah, it was approved, the project, by the
I
commission.
wish
Oh, I
could.
was here for that then.
So,
Yeah, that was April 4th.
April 4th, yeah, you
So
were
what
here.
happened?
The abutter, Matt Haney, opposed the project. He's a direct abutter. He owns the Salt Marsh and Gooseberry Island, which directly abut 84.
So he appealed it.
He appealed it?
he appealed it. He has concerns. They will be talked about at the onsite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, that's fine.
What time is it, 11 o'clock?
11?
11
If I'm
a.m.
around, I'll go, but
Be up in
I don't think
Central
I am.
Mass.
Yeah, I'll be sending an update out after,
Okay.
just so we're all clear.
Yeah, Dan and I will, we always go to the DEP on sites without fail.
Okay, so I'm going to check that off. Now I will go up to, let's look at these minutes that need to be approved. We have 3 sets, March 7th, May 2nd, and May 9th. I'll start with the March 7th set of minutes, and voting on that would be Steve and Marjorie and Sandy and myself. Did you have a chance to look at
I read them
minutes?
all, yep.
I didn't.
And we're good, Juby.
You okay with? I looked
Yes,
at.
I'm okay with
I looked
them.
at it.
Yep.
Okay, so I would accept a motion on those minutes.
So moved.
Thank you, Steve. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Marjorie. Motion made and seconded to approve the minutes as presented. No discussion? We're good? Okay, Steve?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Then we have May 2nd. That was our first quarterly meeting. There's a couple of different sets of minutes. There's one that I know was circulated from the office, and then I have another set that was the original draft that Ms. Pinto did. And they're
Could we
substantially
put
different.
off voting on this, because I didn't get a chance to see the second one?
Yeah, I want to compare both of those sets anyways and look at them. Some things are missing in one set and found in another, so I just as soon hold off on that one. And then May 9th, 2024. Voting on that would be Steve and Marjorie and Sandy, Sarah's not here, and myself. Did you have a chance to take a look at those?
Those I did, they were fine with me.
That's,
Yeah.
that's part of the administrative record for one of the appeals?
Yes,
Yeah. So it'd be good. if we could-
425
yeah,
Monomoskoye.
Good if we could get that one finalized, in case we need that. Okay, so we're all set with that one?
Yep.
Uh,
So,
Okay, roll call vote. Steve?
do we make a motion? We didn't make a motion.
Oh, I thought-
Yeah. So I make a motion to accept the
It is
minutes of
getting
May
late.
9th.
Thank you, Steve. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Marjorie. No other questions? Roll call vote. Steve?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, so those minutes are accepted. Let's look at the discussion on 17 Monomoskoye Road West. As you know, there's a appeal based on the bylaw denial of that project, and there's possibility of a remand of that hearing for deliberation. So we thought we'd bring that forward to the commission for their input, their questions, comments on going down that path.
I'm fine with a remand, to see if we can come to a resolution, give that a try. I don't see any harm in giving it a try.
Yep.
Based on, what town council said, if it doesn't work, it just, the process keeps moving the way it is right now. So, I think it's, worth a discussion.
I have no objection, but I don't think I was there. Did the town council come in and, what happened? I think I missed that.
You
On
weren't,
Zoom.
you weren't at that meeting, right?
Shouldn't really be discussed, it was executive session.
Yeah. And did you vote
Well,
on 17?
That's all I'm
Monomoskoye?
asking.
You weren't involved with the
I do not believe so.
deliberations on that one?
No, it
I
was,
don't believe so.
17 Monomoskoye was Sandy, Aaron, Alex, and Steve.
See, I'm not senile.
So,
A couple of questions that I had was, are we using the same NOI, or are they going to come back with something different?
I mean, I would recommend that they use the same NOI, because the same exact information is going to be filled out as far as the actual NOI. Like all the, information is going to be the exact same in the actual application. And they could simply add an addendum to that application, a modified narrative to, expand upon the proposal. Because the main rationale that was cited is that they did not ask for a waiver from the setbacks, critical erosion areas under Reg 24, Section C7C. And there were additional concerns about the overall, size of impervious surfaces and concerns over compensatory flood storage. So that was the main rationale for denial. So if they come back, with that specific information, and we would obviously inform them if the commission decided to have them come back for a remand about what information they would expect to see. And then it would be up to them if they want to come back or not.
Right.
It's not just up to the commission. They have to acquiesce as well, so.
And then I think if they do come back, even if it's not a new NOI, they would still have to like re-inform abutters and stuff, right? We
Yeah,
would have
all the
them-
protocols would be the same if it's, as
As
if it were a
if it
brand
were,
new hearing.
it's just the same number.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And any
Yeah.
new information or old information that we would want to bring in is allowable. I know,
Yes.
because the first time we met, Steve, you had a lot of questions about being into the coastal A zone. I remember talking about the fence across the pond and so forth.
Right.
And I believe there
Bless
was
you.
a document that wasn't submitted to the commission, but was shown to the commission that it wasn't. But yet, if you look at the firm maps for the town of Mashpee, it is in the moderate wave area, so I assume we could revisit that topic.
Yeah.
Revisit anything, right?
You can revisit anything and then.
Yeah,
you
you're not
add
bound to, only revisit certain things. It's whatever you feel. I mean, my only recommendation is that, it should be centered on the rationale that was part of the denial.
Right.
So if you go outside of that, it's not something the applicant would expect because, they're going by what's put into the denial as far as the rationale why it was denied. So, but that doesn't restrict you from addressing other concerns. It's just, that should be the focus. So, but yeah, I don't think it makes sense to, resubmit a whole new NOI. I think it's just a change in the narrative.
Right.
It's probably the easiest thing to do.
Yeah.
I think as long as the abutters are getting re-notified, then that's
Yeah.
fine. And that
All
would
other
be the same.
protocols would be the exact same. It's really just, once you vote, if you vote to accept a remand, the process would be the same as if it were a brand-new application. Everything would be the same. So, as far as how we advertise and put it on an agenda, butter notification, everything would be the same.
And does the remand come from the court?
No, it comes from you.
It comes from us?
Yes.
To the court, because it's filed with the court?
Yeah, so, you would, if you vote to accept a remand, we would notify the applicant, and the applicant would notify the court for a stay of the appeal period.
Okay.
Or of the inevitable appeal. And
If
that
they
would just be
agree.
put on hold effectively until your decision and process is over. And if it turns out to be another denial, they would inform us of what the new date is for submitting all the administrative record,
Right.
and then ultimately what the court date would be. Everything would just be put on pause until you guys finish your deliberations and make a decision on the remand. But as far as notification to the court, that would be by the applicant, because they're the plaintiff.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
All right, that all makes sense. So, I assume I would entertain a motion for that process.
Okay, make a motion for 17 Monomoskoye Road West for a remand on the notice of intent filing then? Is that I believe is the correct wording?
Denial.
And the denial of the notice of intent filing.
And I'll second.
And second by Alex.
So could you tell me the motion again? Is it a positive or a negative motion?
No, we just, we're
it's
we're
just a
just gonna
decision
notify
of
for a
accepting a
remand.
remand or not accepting a remand.
So allowing them to bring it back.
Right.
We're allowing them to, okay,
Yeah,
If they so choose.
if they choose, yeah, it's up to them ultimately.
okay.
But this process needs to take place first before they make up their
Yeah.
minds, so.
I wanted to make sure I was.
They can't decide if they want to have it remanded, you guys have to do that first, so, yeah.
Okay, so motion made and seconded. No other questions? I'll take a vote. Alex?
Yes.
Steve?
Yes.
Marjorie?
Yes.
Sandy?
Yes.
I vote yes as well. We'll give it a
We
second
will
shot.
inform the applicant,
See what they say.
and we'll let you guys know when that gets scheduled, or, if they accept when it will be scheduled, and you'll reconvene on it at that time.
Okay.
Okay.
I have to go.
I know, it's just like way too
Really,
late.
I can't stay for the deliberation on Reg 25, but I have my copy here with my comments, so if you guys
Okay.
want to.
This is such a huge discussion to go into at this hour of the night.
It is.
I
It's a-
agree.
It's a long night. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
10:15, I know.
I'm
Well, I
leaving
would-
at
I would-
10:30, regardless of where we are at.
I would accept a motion to table it if there is one.
So moved.
Thank you, Steve.
Second, yeah.
Thank you, Drew.
Thanks, Drew.
Thank you, Drew.
I
All right,
just,
motion made and seconded to
if there's
put a
people
hold
here
on.
to talk on it, though, And they
I feel
waited
badly, I think there are
We can-
people here.
And they waited 4
We can
hours?
listen to what they have to say.
How do we
I
do
don't-
that?
I can allow public comment.
It's a consequence of putting things off to the end.
Yep, it's my call. There's interest to table the discussion of the individual performance standards. That was the intent of tonight's discussion, to start with Performance Standard 1. And then if the commission was okay with Performance Standard 1, we would basically, as a subcommittee, check that off, that we were in essence done with it. It didn't need any more editing, more drafting. And then we would move to Performance Standard 2, and so on down the line, assuming that the hearings tonight went a little bit quicker, we would have had more time. And within the matter of, say, 1 or 2 meetings, perhaps 3, we would get through all 16 or
Right, there's a
17
lot.
performance standards that are in there. And once the subcommittee realizes that those standards are acceptable to the majority of the commissioners, then we would go forward with the Regulation 25 draft. And then it would go to legal counsel for legal counsel's review. And assuming that that was completed and the language in those performance standards was legal, then we would advertise it for a public hearing to the
For public
general-
commentary prior to.
Right. And then, once we had that public hearing, anybody in the town of Mashpee that either is for it or against it, or has questions or doubts or additions, whatever, we would then take all of that into consideration and either adjust the draft if need be, based on what the comments were from the public, or stay with the final draft that was approved by legal counsel, and then we would come back for promulgation, which is another public hearing, basically,
Right.
to find out if the commission so chooses to vote that in. So it's a long process. It's going to take a
Right.
while to get through it. It's been a long process. It'll be a year next
It's been a
month.
year, yeah.
But it's the biggest regulation we have, and it's the biggest area of the town that we have. It encompasses,
And you've done so much work on it,
we have done a lot of work.
a lot of work.
We, not just me.
Well, I know, but you've done it.
What's the
Yeoman.
date of the latest draft on it?
The one that went out to the public was draft 3, which has, I believe, 16 different performance standards. And then Drew started marking up a couple of those performance standards, and that, I believe, is draft 4. That has some things redlined out.
But the last thing that was distributed
But the
publicly was
subcommittee
3.
has not weighed in on those.
Right,
so.
okay.
So what's
I
the,
did.
what's the
I-
date
Alex,
on
you
that?
didn't.
I saw one that said 4/7 on it.
4/7.
What's the date that's on that draft right there?
But that's Drew's draft,
That's
that's not.
4/7, that's.
4/7, okay,
No,
that's,
that's
that's,
2005, that's the
05,
original.
when it was originally
Okay.
drafted.
The date that draft 3 was presented to the full commission was May 2nd, and that was the quarterly meeting of the
Okay.
commission.
right, that one, okay.
That's the one that I was
Okay,
going to be
that's
working
what
with
I
tonight.
thought, but, okay.
Right, which is identical to draft 4, other than when you get to the very tail end, I think Drew had Xed out a couple of small things and
Okay.
made some changes. But the subcommittee hasn't even weighed in on those edits.
Okay.
It's draft 3 is the one that's.
Oh.
Okay, so I know you people have been waiting a long time, it's late. If there's something that you would like to ask or say or state, I would certainly give you some time to do that. I need your name, though, to come up, for the record. I don't know if we're still on television or not, usually it,
We're on air.
He's on.
yep.
Yeah, I think we are.
Recorded. So if you could come up and tell us who you are, and we'll listen to what you have to say. But be as brief as you can.
Hi, everybody. I'm John Malloy with the Pompanesett Working
Evening.
Group. Comments real quick. I appreciate that, we've made some progress since the last meeting. I think we were pretty disappointed in how the last meeting went with a version of the regulations being sent to one group of people. We weren't allowed to share that with our community. Since then, we have been allowed to share that, so that is something that we have presented or made public, made available to the folks in Pompanesett. We're in the process of hiring a very reputable engineering firm, a name you'll be very familiar with, to help advise us on that regulation. We intend to provide you with certainly input along the way here. But now that we are free to use the regulation, we are moving quickly to bring on the right technical expertise to help with that process and help Pompanesett evaluate the impacts of that kind of thing. So we do intend to provide comments as you dive into those performance standards and that kind of thing. And I know we've asked to engage with the commission since February, and we absolutely intend to do that. So we look forward to following up.
Yeah,
Can I just
I have
ask
a
quick-
meeting set up with John and people from PBA on the 24th.
Okay.
Right.
At 8 AM
The
to
Oh,
just go
great.
over their concerns and get the details of what,
Great.
I appreciate that.
everything that they're looking for.
What's the date of that?
Yeah,
What's the
24th.
date?
So I'm gonna meet with them and just go through their list and
Start the process.
their issues and, you know,
Perfect.
as communication that we can go back to the subcommittee with and
Yep.
with all the information.
Paul, I know you offered to have us come back and get an agenda item to talk about it in more detail at one of the meetings, and we certainly intend to do that. But I think, as Steve suggested, having that kind of dialogue, I think will really help move things along.
And so would you say that you and PBA are happy with what you asked for was to delay until such time as you had an opportunity to do this?
Well,
Due diligence.
I think we intend to make the most of these meetings, and we'll have some very constructive comments. I think, we've said all along, we think that given what DEP is going through and just the gravity of this regulation and the impacts on the town, we think it makes sense to wait till DEP runs their course.
Yeah.
And we
Do you-
continue to believe that.
Do you think DEP's regulations on septic systems have been adequate for Mashpee?
I really don't know.
So, I mean, if you look at Title
I don't know
V,
why
that's like
that-
waiting for DEP, and it hasn't been enough for Mashpee. So I feel like the argument of like just waiting for the state, when we have like our own language we have to clear up that's conflicting and opens us up to like lawsuits, like, sure, I understand that you don't want us to have anything more strict than the state, but what the state has come out with their draft, their next iteration isn't gonna be any more strict than that. If anything, it's gonna be more stringent. So I feel like we have a pretty good idea of where the state's at. Like, what are you ultimately afraid of, I guess, is my question.
What am I afraid of? I
Yeah.
think we've asked you to have a dialogue with us where we have questions, we have goals for the community. We'd like to understand your goals. We're not afraid of anything. We understand that
Yeah.
you have FEMA who does their thing, you have the Mass DEP who does their thing. I don't really know how the regulations for the septic went, but that's not really an issue to me. When we
Our
have a.
waters are completely degraded. I think it's an issue for all of us.
I'm not disputing that.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is Mass DEP started a process. They went out, they ran a 5-month process where people had time to look at these regulations, hire engineers, evaluate this stuff. As I understand, they received over 800 responses
From the
during that period.
statewide, yes.
Statewide. So there's a lot of experts that weighed in on these regulations. These regulations are going to have a massive impact on Mashpee. It'll have a massive impact on Pompanesett. So I think the least we can do is listen to what those 800 people had to say and see what the DEP thinks they should do based on that kind of feedback. I think this isn't tweaks to a regulation. This is rewriting how this town is going to work for the next 50 years. So it has massive ramifications, including financial ones to the town. But putting that aside, this is going to totally change how communities like Pompanesett work going forward, and we understand that. But this isn't, let's tweak a couple of things. You're rewriting the rules. They have massive impacts on our community, and we want to discuss them. We want to be heard, and we think there's some dialogue that we should have that would be appropriate. We don't have to agree on everything, I understand. But we are bringing in one of the top resources experts in the state. Pompanesett Beach Association's board has approved the funding to do that, and we intend to take this very seriously. I wish we were a little further along with that, but we were asked not to share the Regulation 25 draft with anybody until that last meeting.
Typically, policy memos are not public record. So the fact that you got it prior to other commissioners is
We
already.
didn't. Well,
Oh,
we,
no,
no.
Drew said everything is public record.
No, so I looked it up and I double checked this. Policy memos, a small working group on a memo and trying to work on something, that is not public, like for any public sharing.
So that's
the
different than
fact
what
that
he
you
said.
got it is
That,
like great.
that
and I'm fine
regulation
with-
was
I'm-
shared by somebody on your side to a large group of people before we were allowed to share it with anyone. That wasn't quite fair either.
I don't understand.
I do. It was,
Explain
it
it.
was,
Because I think there's
Somebody-
a lot happening that we don't understand what's happening.
somebody shared Regulation 25 broadly, and there were a number of people that commented at the last meeting, and a number of people sent in emails and what have you in support, while we were told, I was given a copy and told not to share it with anyone, while
Who
you
told you
ran.
that, John?
Drew did. And
Well-
we respected that, and he said,
The only copy that was shared out by the commission was draft 3 when it was released on May 2nd.
yeah. And
And
I
that's when it
have,
became a public document.
right.
But
But-
prior to that, it's a document that was being worked on, a policy, by a subcommittee, a non-quorum subcommittee. So
I
it's
understand.
technically not a public document. Yes, if you wanted to request under the Freedom of Information Act,
It's still not, though, because
I-
a policy memo is one of the things that is
Right.
exempt from.
that's exempt.
Yes.
So until that draft was handed to the full commission on May 2nd, that was not a public document.
And
Well,
up
in other words, you
until,
were not being denied anything, John, that
No.
anybody else was.
no,
It went
no,
out on
I'm
May
I'm
2nd,
just
it
saying,
goes
but
out.
somebody, I don't know who, sent that document around in advance of the last meeting, and lots of
It was a
people.
part of our, wasn't it, it was released.
It was
to the public.
released to certain public members because lots of people weighed in and said, we support your new regulation.
On May 2nd, it was released to everyone.
No, at the last meeting, what, May
May 9th.
20?
May
Our
9th,
last
so it was
meeting?
released with the, like. the-
No, May, was it May 26th or whatever that
May
meeting?
23rd,
May 23rd.
May
May
23rd.
23rd.
That, there was a discussion, Regulation 25. I didn't come here, this wasn't why I came up. I was coming to tell you that we're taking it very seriously. We've hired an expert and we intend to engage very thoughtfully with you.
Yeah, I think we're just trying to
At
understand
the-
where there's like friction, because there doesn't need to be friction. This is, I mean, the interests of the town are at
But
heart,
we've-
and you're dealing with like climate change and flood impacts that you all are obviously familiar with in your roads and that are gonna be affecting
Well, I
your
think-
houses. So like, if you can rebuild on the same footprint in a safer way, what are you afraid of? Like, that's basically what 25 says.
We'd love to have a conversation.
Yeah.
This isn't a thoughtful conversation, and I appreciate your questions, and I think it would be good to sit down. We'd like to understand your goals.
Right,
We'd like
but
you to
we're not
understand
gonna
our
have
goals.
just a private meeting with one interest group. That wouldn't happen. It would have to be a public meeting where, I mean.
We asked
Steve
for a
can meet
public
with
meeting.
you.
We asked for a workshop.
Right.
But
So
we
that's-
wouldn't have a
that's why
workshop
I'm-
with
That's
just
why I'm
you.
meeting with you.
No, I appreciate
To
that.
go through all
I
your
appreciate
concerns,
that.
so I can come back to the subcommittee
Sure.
on this concerns.
No, that's great.
Yeah, and that's what.
We're
that's
trying
what
to be
we-
constructive.
Yeah.
But
So
for
that's what
4
we're doing.
months, we were told no, and that wasn't okay.
Because we weren't there yet.
We're
We're
not.
telling you no,
What-
it's just that.
You were working on a regulation, you were drafting a regulation. We asked you to have a conversation with us so we could share our thoughts, concerns, goals for something like that.
Right, but we
We're a
don't-
580-member community, and we wanted the opportunity to share our thoughts with you.
Sure, but
Have a
we're not gonna
conversation.
give a special interest group an opportunity to weigh in unless the entire public can weigh in. Because that's not the way it works.
I understand, but we could have had a conversation and the public could have given you their thoughts.
But we weren't there yet. We didn't have anything to show the public. I think that there's a
You don't have to
misunderstanding.
have something to show the public to have a conversation about your strategy, your goals for something like a
So
regulation.
can I just jump in here, because this is, John represents a great, great organization, and we represent great, great volunteer input. So one thing I want you to know, and I hope you trust me on this, is that if the Conservation Commission were to take, there's a lot of good people like you, John, that come and say, we want to have a conversation about it. 20, 30, 40 different wonderful groups. We don't have the time to meet with every group. and have input as we're going through the process of editing. So what Alex is saying is, it's impossible to grant excellent groups like yours the opportunity to sit privately with the Conservation Commission, because then that's all we do. None of us would have real jobs. And, I mean, there's just, from being, you've been an activist your whole life. You know how many different organizations there are that are concerned about water conservation, air quality, real estate, all of those things.
I appreciate the concern, but there's a lot at stake. We went to the planning board and they said, let's have a workshop. We went to DNR and they said, let's have a workshop. So we said, let's have a workshop.
Did you? Did you have workshops with them?
We're having one later this month with planning, and I think we're gonna probably do one in July with DNR.
Well,
Yeah, they were
are they
happy
in the
to,
middle of, though, rewriting
yeah.
anything?
Do their meetings last 4 hours long? Like, I think, like, our regulatory, I think it's just, I hear you. I thank you for spending the entire night with us to just weigh in for 5 minutes at the end. I think it's not as simple as like, well, this group is doing it, so you need to do it. Everybody operates a little bit differently. Everybody has a different load. We're all trying our best, and
I appreciate that,
And-
but I also
and
know that.
John, just not to interrupt you, but that's why I came forward and contacted you.
And I
because-
appreciate that, and we
So we can
gladfully
get
said
down your
sure.
details and pass it on, because like Alex said, we're all volunteers, we're all working
Yeah,
very busy.
understand.
So instead of a workshop, if your group and I can talk, get down to the details, go through everything that you're looking for, then I can pass that back on to the subcommittee, and we keep on working on this. So that's the reason why we're trying to expedite and help you out that way.
No, I
Okay,
appreciate
so
that.
we're not, we don't
believe
have,
you met with
this group
Paul
doesn't have
also.
time for
What's that?
for a
You
workshop.
met with Paul
Oh, I did.
also.
Yeah, Paul and I had coffee
Paul
one
answered,
day, and,
yeah,
and
so-
We
it
haven't
was a,
communicated.
I appreciate that. and
I think at this point, we have a community, one of the multiple communities within town that has concerns, and they just want to make sure they're voiced. So at this point, I think we have to wait till the 24th until your meeting, and then circle back around to it once we get all that official on the record
Yeah,
as well.
but I also know that, and I've written regulations before, I've been involved and worked on regulations the last 40 years. Once you write a regulation and you get it to the end, it's the one you probably want to move forward with. We wanted to have some input, some dialogue before it gets written. When you send it to the lawyer, you want to get that thing done. And yeah, you're going to listen to people, but you want to get it done.
so then
mean,
it's,
that's
so
what-
then meet with them, but also get people in your community to sit on the Concom. Like, if that's what you want to do, and that's exactly, have your people on the Concom, and then that's.
Well, I hope we do that. We've had 5 community meetings since we started this. We had up to 140 people in Pompanesett. We have another one this weekend, so number 6. So we're spending a lot of time educating the community. We're getting a lot of feedback from the community. So we're trying like hell to make this a very productive process. We're spending huge amounts of time.
I guess what we really wanted to make sure, though, that you knew is that we not only hear that, we're trying to meet 10,000 masters. Do it along the guidelines, the work that's gone into just rewriting every sentence and has included the input that we just get from everybody day to day, week to week. I hope you know that, so that the feedback isn't, oh, they're stalling us, they don't want to show us anything. We'd love to show you everything, but you can't stop every week and meet with 10 groups, redo it, everything's
So-
possible. This subcommittee is extraordinary. I just want John to go back and tell everybody that the work, the interest is enormous. Just,
I
hope you
appreciate that,
know
and I've sat in a number of meetings just to learn more about all the things that you're doing, and
Yeah.
I understand how painful that can be.
No, you're not.
I get it, but also just given the major ramifications it has to the community, it's worth spending some time. So thank you.
Thank you.
And-
Anyone else who would like to speak before we wrap this up? Okay, thank you. You want to do the reorg next time around?
No, let's just do it now.
I'm not gonna be here for the next 2 meetings.
Oh, then we should do that.
Should do that, yeah.
Okay. One last thing of business, let's do the.
What are we doing now?
We're gonna do the reorganization.
Oh,
As you know, we, at the end of the fiscal year, we always reorg.
right.
And this is no different. So I'm going to start with the secretary's position and ask for nominations for secretary, or as we would call it, clerk, because we have a recording secretary now, Alyssa. Hopefully she stays forever.
Marge or Sandy, the other of you want to do it?
What's that?
You guys want to do it?
Me and Sandy? Who's-
I'm gonna nominate him to be vice chair, just so you know. So if he's-
Steve?
Yes.
Oh, of course.
So I'm gonna nominate him to be vice chair, but he asked for a secretary nomination
Yeah, I'm
right
going
now.
to start with the clerk and work my way up.
But wait, if he's gonna be vice chair, then what are you gonna be?
I would like to be nothing.
Oh, you would like to be nothing?
Yes.
This is an objection from the peanut gallery.
Oh, I'll nominate Sandy to be the secretary. if
I
she's willing to
second.
do that.
Oh, yay, and I third it.
Are you willing to accept that nomination?
Yay!
There's no need for a second under Robert's rules. Nomination is
Oh,
just that.
perfect.
Are there any other
Perfect.
nominations for secretary or clerk?
No, we all nominate Sandy.
All those in favor?
Aye.
You can just
Aye.
say an aye vote, okay?
Aye.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Yay, so aren't we gonna re-nominate you for chair?
Well, I'm going to vice chair next,
What are you talking about? Oh,
He's,
so.
Go
I'll
ahead.
take a nomination
I'll make a
for vice chair.
nomination for Steve to be vice chair.
Steve Cook, vice chair.
Vice
Are
chair.
you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine
yeah,
with that.
second,
Yeah.
second.
Are there any other nominations for vice chair? We don't want to stay in the chair.
I really
Vice
don't.
chair. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Great.
Woo, congrats.
Yahoo-y.
And then there's the chair's position.
Yeah. I nominate Paul to be chair for
I second, I
one more,
third.
for one more year, Paul? Will you?
One more year.
Are the terms 1 year? Is that what the terms are?
Are the terms 2 years or 3 years?
We just do it. Every year we reorg.
It can be 1, 2, 3, 103, it doesn't
Good
matter.
for you, Sandy.
There's no limit.
Okay,
You're an officer?
It's been a year.
2 years.
Oh, it's been
It's
2
been
years.
2, this would
Been
be,
2 years,
this
that
would be
was-
my third coming up.
I can't, it's so late. I really want to go to bed.
All right, but are we done?
Well-
I'm willing to stay.
Congratulations, Paul.
I'm willing to stay.
I
You?
was under the assumption chair for the conservation could be for 2 years consecutive, then has to take a year off. That's
No.
what I was informed, is that incorrect?
Actually, the whole idea of reorganization,
No, I just want to make sure we're good.
yeah,
Yeah.
the whole idea of reorganization, according to select board policy, has been rescinded. You don't even have to reorganize any longer, because somebody had sat in the chair's position on the select board for several years in a row, so they just rescinded it, and it's never been put back into
That was for every
place.
board.
But all the
No,
boards
it's a
do
good
it.
idea to revisit.
You know, it's always good to do it.
It's always good to revisit.
You
Yep.
know, somebody that had the experience in the background wanted the chair, I'd be thrilled to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of work.
I know it is.
If I didn't have a job.
No, it is.
It's a lot of work.
Well,
Thank you to everyone who accepted your
I'm-
position.
I'm next year, a year from now, I'm gonna be phasing into semi-retirement, so I will have more time, so I could assume the mantle of chair a year from now.
Yeah.
Right now, my
That's
business,
the
my business
succession
is still going great guns, and
No one
I'm
thinks he's gonna
still
have more
overloaded
time.
with things, but a year from now, I'm gonna have less work.
Okay,
So I could, you know, a year from now, be the chair.
okay.
There
And
we
you
go.
you can train me in this next year. So,
You have a year to train them.
That
You
shouldn't
think
be
you're
too
gonna have
hard.
more time.
Steve's a good
Yeah.
man. All
It's
those
a
in
lot of
favor?
work. Can I say
Aye.
thank you to all of you who
Thank you.
have done your work for the last?
Thank
I make a motion to end.
Motion to adjourn?
Got a motion to adjourn? Oh, second.
40.
second.
Second.
Maybe second. Any further discussion? None?
No, aye.
Roll call vote.
Aye.
Alex?
Aye.
Steve?
Aye, aye, aye.
Marjorie? Sandy?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well.